30. I go, hey, you guys, let's work through the break. Okay, let's get out of here at 9:10 because the train is going to come through and then we would be blocked for like 15, 20 minutes.
What's coming in?
The train, when they didn't have an overpass over near the Banning campus of Mount San Jacinto, they only have 4 classrooms there.
All right, we're good to go? We're good to go. Thank you.
We are live and ready, Mayor.
Okay, anyway, the demo permit, am I ready? The demo permit was applied for, and yet the permit application involved much more work than a demo. Javier Nolasco, our great building official, kept sending back corrections, and then on the third corrections for demo plan, the scope of the work does not align with demolition work. The applicant is submitting plans for tenant improvement based on the discretion of the scope of work. And this included add 3,825 square feet of deck area at upper level and a stair, not include 1,628 square feet permitted area at 118, add 977 square feet of new patio roof, relocate the stairs, relocate the ADA ramp, et cetera, and it's crucial, and this is Javier still speaking, it's crucial that the scope of work aligns with the demolition work. Please remove any notes on the plans depicting a tenant improvement. This is an incomplete submittal, and it's essential that we adhere to the guidelines for a demolition project. This is the third time the plans have been returned for the same corrections, and so on. And there was activity by staff, City of Hemet staff last Thursday, last Friday, Saturday, and today, and there is a letter of conditions that I'm requesting be posted under conditions within that building permit, because I find the behavior of the applicant as fraudulent, just poking and poking until somebody's going to sign away something. Thank you.
Thank you. Council will now proceed to closed session. Thank you for joining us. A report of the closed session will occur after the deliberations.
One of you will call Carol.
Hey, Ty.
Testing, testing. Okay,
go.
there we go.
There we go.
We're on.
Okay. Good evening. I would like to call the April 8th, 2025 regular City Council meeting to order. I would like to point out that this meeting is being hosted through live stream on the city's website. I would like to remind council to have their microphones turned on and positioned so the audience can hear. City Clerk, may we have a roll call, please?
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Krupa.
Here.
Councilmember Lodge.
Here.
Councilmember Males.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Kendrick. She is here.
I'm here, sorry.
And Mayor Peterson.
Here.
All members are present.
Do you need to make the announcement for Carol?
I'll just note for the record that Mayor Pro Tem Kendrick is participating remotely under AB 2449, the new council protocols, to participate remotely for the record.
Thank you. The invocation will be by Community Solutions Coordinator Christian Tikas, after which Councilmember Lodge will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Please stand.
Let us pray. Heavenly Father, we come before you today with grateful hearts, asking for your presence to be with us. Lord, we pray for unity among us. Bind us together with cords of love that cannot be broken. Help us to see one another through your eyes, to speak with kindness and to act with compassion. Let your Spirit guide our thoughts and decisions so that we may walk together in peace and in purpose. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Ready? Begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We will move to the City Attorney's report from closed session. City Attorney, can we get a report out?
Thank you, Mayor. There is no reportable action out of today's closed session.
Thank you, City Attorney. We will now move to communications from the public. There is a 3-minute per person time limit for all general public comments on non-public hearing items. All who wish to speak, including council members and staff, need to be recognized by the mayor before speaking. Please state your name and item you are commenting on before speaking. We will now take public comment for items listed on the agenda.
Thank you, Mayor. So we'll be taking comments for items on the agenda that are not a public hearing. So I know we have a lot of speakers here on item 14A, public hearing. We are going to be having it start, though, with Matt McPherson regarding item 16G. Mr. McPherson. After Mr. McPherson, we will have John Flick on item 16F. Mr. Flick, if you could line up behind Mr. McPherson, I would appreciate it.
Good evening, Council, City Manager. First off, I'd like to congratulate Joe Males on his announcing run for Congress. We're all excited, to have a local.
Gee, thanks, Matt.
All right. First off, I want to thank Council, the city. You guys were tremendous last year at our Easter event. You guys provided ample staff. Everything was sufficient. It went very smooth. We had a couple hundred people attend. This year, we're going to need some staff, barriers, electric, if you guys have a generator. Last, I think at our October festival, you guys had a generator you let us use, so we have a couple vendors that need oh, hello?
Yeah,
oh, sorry.
move it closer to
Oh,
you.
sorry. Yeah, we're going to have an Easter egg hunt, hot dog eating contest. We're going to have our local comedian there, Justin Fox. He's going to be emceeing. We have Blackbird. She's a local musician. She'll be emceeing and doing some music, so we're excited about it. I think that's it, but I want to thank the council, thank the city for all their support in our events downtown.
Thank you, Mr. McPherson. Mr. John Flick. After Mr. Flick is Abraham Fuentes on item 16F. Mr. Fuentes, if you could line up behind Mr. Flick.
Oh, hello everyone.
Please speak into the microphone, sir.
Oh, sorry. My name is John Flick. This is my first hearing, so I've never actually been to one of these, so I'm kind of nervous. So we started our journey. It was back in August of 24. I met with a lady named Carol. She was asking if we wanted to be a part of an event here in Hemet, and we said yes. We were actually giving away chicken biscuits at the park nearby. That's when I was able to meet Mr. Joe here. At that time, he said that he had an opportunity that we might be able to get into Hemet, so we were super excited about it. That's when we met with Mark, and we decided to do maybe a pop-up, which did very, 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 very well. And we're super, super proud of how that went. We were selling about 300 to 400 sandwiches a day. I think the original plan for us, as far as like Chick-fil-A Hemet, is to love Hemet. I think for us, obviously, you guys are a neighboring town that you don't have a Chick-fil-A. So until you guys get that Chick-fil-A, we want to be able to love you guys. That's all I have.
Thank you, Mr. Flick. Mr. Fuentes.
Hi, good afternoon, Council. My name is Abraham Fuentes. We represent Victory Outreach Hemet, one of the ministers there. And on the regards to Chick-fil-A, I know that they're looking at the location that we've been at now. We're heavily involved in restoring the city property there and making sure that we're being a blessing to the community. Our biggest concern, we're excited for Chick-fil-A to come and be a part there in the building with us. I guess our only concern is just to make sure that there's security there as we have, a controlled environment, to make sure that we're taking care of the building. That's our biggest concern as we've been there. We brought in a lot of people and we're reaching the community. We have rehab homes and different things that we're getting people off the street and helping them also. And we would love to partner with them in many different events that they want to do. But our biggest concern is that there's security there. On the facility, it is a large facility. I know when we're there, we do have security there at all times and make sure the facility is locked correctly and stuff like that. So that's our biggest thing. Other than that, we're super excited for them to join us, and we love to partner with them to make Hemet great. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Mr. Fuentes. Mayor, that concludes public comment for items listed on the agenda that are not item 14A. I would be appropriate to move on to 13B at this time, Mayor, if you'd like.
Yes.
Okay, item 13B is public comment for items not listed on the agenda. These are general public comments. We will start with Robert, and I think your last name starts with a B, Robert, but I can't read it. Bellencourt?
Betancourt.
Betancourt. Mr. Betancourt. The floor is yours, followed by Miss Linda Wilcox. Miss Wilcox, if you could line up behind the speaker.
Test. Okay. Good evening, Council. This Robert Betancourt. I'm proposing a bike path to 27 kilometers from Hemet Ryan into San Jacinto. I gave you guys 5 copies of the 29-page report, very extensive. Yes, there are grants available for it. Also with Gavin Newsom under OCG Sacramento, 479th Combat Engineer Battalion, Santa Rosa, they could have a pedestrian bridge across Florida and another one over San Jacinto to complete the Class 1 bike path all the way through. And the rails can be recycled, and we can have events. We can keep the semaphores where they are, so that if we do have events in the cycle, do that. In the back of there is also First Green Industries. First Green Industries is 3000 Sweeten Creek Road, Asheville, North Carolina. That is the Lumbee tribe that's making that. That's a remote-controlled excavator, a skid loader, and also JCB, which is Ignacio Barracio over here, and he's JCB International. And there's also Menamata, who's over also in the same area, and that's Bobcat Central. And I also have Monarch Tractor, which is also in there. So we can go fully electric. Under DRMO, for those that don't know, Defense Reutilization Material Office, as of January 20th, when the federal installations pulled the charging stations out, those can go to the Indian tribes. As now we got Corey Jackson's group is looking at it for the tribes and putting the charging stations from where they're not wanted to the Indian tribes and sending the materials in a woman man killer project to rewire a lot of things and put in solar and wind, green energy things. So I hope you guys read the 29 pages and things. Have a good day.
Thank you, Mr. Betancourt. Linda Wilcox. Next speaker is a Carrie Armstrong. Ms. Armstrong, if you could line up behind Ms. Wilcox.
Good evening, Council, Mayor. My name is... Good evening, Council. My name is Linda Wilcox. I'm representing Seven Hills POA Board. I have served in our premier community for 9 years this month. Ever since I have served on the board, we have tried in every way possible to get the city to please help us with a resident who many residents feel is a danger to the community and to himself by the way he keeps his property. If there were an emergency, the fire department would have a very difficult time getting into his home to rescue him. His garage is a definite fire danger, which is the biggest concern to the residents. We have contacted everyone possible, past fire chief, code enforcement, past mayors, and have received no help. The last I heard from a neighbor who lives behind the resident and had also reported this concern to the city. The complaint went to the city attorney, but we have never heard a word or seen any action being taken in regards to his garage and decaying roof at the back of his home, along with all the junk. I wrote a letter and emailed a copy on July 23rd, of which I have a copy to the city members. Not one person in that email ever responded to us. Respectfully, Mayor, the Seven Hills Board is asking for your help. And I do have.
Thank you, Ms. Wilcox. Next speaker is Carrie Armstrong. Following Ms. Armstrong, we have Connie Coronado. Ms. Coronado, if you could line up behind Ms. Armstrong, it would be appreciated.
Two subject matters. Does it say which one you called first? I understand.
So you can speak on the safety lights right now.
Okay, the safety lights. Thank you. I also am a resident of Seven Hills, and we're talking about the in and out traffic on Highway 74. This is a follow-up to this council. Cars are parked on Highway 74 to get in to get a hamburger. Now, my understanding when In-N-Out was asked to come in and do a revamp or a work around the traffic, and they were supposed to make a drive-through in the back of the property coming through so the entranceway is not inhibited. That has never been done. Any time of day you can go, and I know everybody wants to get their hamburgers. I don't blame you, but there's got to be a safer way. When you're traveling down Highway 74, you got to honk your horn in order for people in the parking area to understand that you're going through. They're trying to come out. There's going to be some bigger issues there. It also blocks the highway, blocks the pedestrian, handicap. The people who are eating in the restaurant can't get out of the restaurant. So that was the one safety. The second safety is also a follow-up, and that is on Kirby and Sanderson, or Stetson, excuse me. The light. You take your life in your own hands to get out of our facility, out of our community. Joe, you know this too, because when you go across Kirby, people are still coming through that light, and they're barreling down that road. There's been several cars that have been ended up in the wash, and they've had to, come in and take people out from underneath cars. They flip them. They're going too fast on that road. There needs to be a longer light and a safety light, a turn light for everybody to at least try and and get out of that community. Now with all the new traffic coming in from the warehouses and stuff, it's just gonna be a mess on that road. And I'm not a fast driver, because that's just who I am, but there's gonna be a lot of fast people driving fast cars up and down that road, and there's gonna be some major accidents. I thank you for your time. Thank you. Thank you, Gary. You're welcome.
Next speaker, Connie Coronado, followed by Marcy. Oh, Marcy is giving her time to Connie Coronado. 6 minutes.
Hopefully I won't need it. So hello and good evening. Once again, I'm here to speak out about and against the proposed annexation of the unincorporated areas. Just to reiterate, I purchased and lived in the unincorporated area for 22 years, born and raised in this valley. Hemet High grad, go Bulldogs. I wasn't a cheerleader, can you tell? So, after the last council meeting, speaking with other members of the community and diving more into the proposed staff report, I have so many questions. So many questions that I feel like I had to become a sleuth to find the answers. What is wrong with transparency? That's one of my biggest questions. In the proposed staff report, we are told Hemet United, a local community group, has initiated an effort to annex unincorporated territory, primarily within the city limits, the sphere of influence, into the city. First of all, in my opinion, and based upon the opinion of the county executive office, from their letter that was to the city on March 24th, there are boundaries that are being proposed that are outside the sphere of influence. So I would hope that that would be looked into, first of all. The staff report states that Hemet United is the petitioner and that the city did not initiate this and is just cooperating with the petitioner's request after receiving documentation several months ago from the petitioner, then confirming it with LAVCO. Let's talk about that submitted documentation and petition to the city. I have personally done a records request with the city of Hemet for a copy of this documentation. I did so on March 26th, the day after the council meeting. The last update I was given was that more time would be needed to give this documentation, and I would have to wait now until April 21st. So I do not have in my hands what was submitted to the city. However, based on the documentation I had to sleuth out and receive from LAVCO themselves, here are some questions many of us are asking. In my opinion, the petitioner or proponent shown on the documentation is Keith Garrison on behalf of Hemet United. Mr. Garrison passed away in January of this year. So who is now the new proponent from Hemet United? Who gave the city the documents and when? Has the city done its due diligence with LAVCO to see that the proponent can be transferred to someone else, or in fact, a new community group? Who is the city saying the proponent is and that they are giving the application documents to? Hemet United, Mr. Petty, Mr. Chaudhry, or did the city arbitrarily decide that the new proponent was Hemet Rising? And in my opinion, seems to be working with Mr. Kotyak and Ms. Green. Because it definitely isn't Mr. Garrison who is getting the documentation to the city, nor is he the one that will be turning in the application to LAVCO. How about those signatures and certifications? Based on my sleuthing skills, as of March 2025, they are 3 years old. Has the city done its due diligence in finding out whether the certification of sufficiency is valid or expired? Because the demographics in these 3 proposed areas have changed in the last 3 years. Are those people still living here? Are those people still alive? Have those people changed their minds 3 years later? The city stated in the staff report that they did not initiate this proposal. However, in my opinion, the city is now very much at this point a stakeholder. In looking at the LAVCO application, it appears to me that the city will be also submitting a resolution for the annexation that the petitioner then turns in as part of their application process. The city has very much become involved in this process, which is now amounting to staff time and paying them for a process that is still unclear is valid. Which brings then the city brings me to other concerns. The revenue or lack of it in this staff report, expenses in this staff report. But that will be for the next council meeting because I'm sure I'm out of time. So I'll see you then.
The next speaker is listed as Natasha on the annexation topic. Is Natasha here? Natasha's coming down. After Natasha, we have Mr. Anthony Noriega. Mr. Noriega, if you wouldn't mind lining up behind Natasha, it would be appreciated.
Good evening. My name is Natasha.
The mic.
Oh, the mic. I am just following up on the proposal for the annexation for the unincorporated areas and just wanted to bring up a couple of things just to keep this relevant and knowing that we are paying attention. One of the things that I am concerned about is looking at public safety, their health and safety. Just recently over the weekend, I believe circulating on a Facebook post, there was a toilet that was beyond disgusting, that the city apparently has not been able to maintain for it to be in the condition that it was found. So my question is, how does the city plan to maintain and consider health and safety of an unincorporated area of over 34,000 acres? And I'm not too sure about the population, but probably about another 20,000 people. So that's one of my concerns. And my concern also, as the city is considering annexation of these unincorporated areas into the city of Hemet, again, public safety and well-being, is the city of Hemet Hospital does not have a maternity ward. And currently now, the pregnant women of this valley are having to leave this city in order to seek medical care. And with that, 20, 30, 40, we're talking about another thing later on tonight, that's going to increase the traffic significantly. And what is this going to do? How is this going to risk the safety and the health of these women who may be high risk and may lose their pregnancies, having to wait in traffic to get to a hospital that's going to meet their need? And also taking into account women who may not be pregnant but still need the assistance of an OBGYN that seems to not be found in this valley now because there's not a maternity ward. So these are the things that I would encourage the city to focus on and make sure when we're looking at public health and safety, making sure that the city, the citizens within the city have these types of resources before considering taking on an unincorporated area of over 34,000 and another additional possibly 20,000 citizens. And don't correct me on there, don't state me, hold me to that number, but that's what I'm thinking or hearing it is. So that's where I stand with that. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Noriega, followed by Jenny Hess. Ms. Hess, if you could line up behind Mr. Noriega, it would be appreciated.
Good evening, Mayor Peterson, council members. My name is Anthony Noriega. It has been 10 months since Jimmy Lopez was tragically killed by the Hemet Police Department on July 4th of 2024. In that time, the community has mourned, organized vigils, held protests, and demanded justice. Yet, this council and the Hemet Police Department have offered nothing but silence. It will soon be a year. Our patience is rapidly disappearing. This inaction is a betrayal of the undermining accountability, eroding the foundation of justice in our community. The City Council has a legal and moral duty to oversee the police department through their charter. This is not a choice. It is an obligation vital to the principles of democracy. 6 months ago, I filed a complaint on behalf of the community, the Latino community, against the Hemet Police Department, and Philip Ramirez also filed a similar complaint citing excessive use of force. To date, there has been no response, no accountability, no transparency. This is not a delay, it's an intentional refusal to engage. What's more disturbing is that Officer Maker, recently arrested for domestic violence, a crime under California law that should disqualify him from carrying a firearm, remains on active duty. Governor Newsom has taken steps to protect the public by strengthening the laws against arming officers accused of domestic violence. Yet, the Hemet Police Department has ignored these measures, endangering the very community it is supposed to serve. What message does this send to the survivors of abuse? That the safety comes second in shielding the corrupt officers? That the badge protects misconduct without consequences? If the department continues to protect Officer Maker, it sends a chilling message that there is no justice for women, no protection for the victims, and no accountability for those who misuse their power. The rules do not apply to those that wear a badge. They are above the law. We demand the following: a formal written response from Chief Arellano on the status of the 2 complaints submitted, a full written explanation of why it was necessary to shoot at Jimmy Lopez over 100 times, and what justified that level of support of action. The public explanation as to why Officer Maker remains on the force. In the end, an end to supporting officers with histories of violence. This council stands at a crossroads. Will it continue to support a department that shields its own, or act transparently, divisively for justice? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Noriega. Ms. Jenny Hess, followed by Mandy Diaz. Ms. Diaz, if you could line up.
Hello again, City Council. Unlike Connie, I've only been here for 2 years. I came from Palmdale, San Fernando Valley, Ventura, and Northeast LA, and I am not going back, so I will be here for a while. Regarding the annexation topic from the last meeting also, I emailed the City Council and the City Manager last Thursday requesting assistance with a meeting space for the town halls that many of us were interested in at our last meeting, because I haven't seen anything coordinated by any other stakeholder, and signing up for updates on their websites or any other websites and having isolated chats one-on-one is not the kind of engagement that brings results. In part, I wrote you that a group of us basically ran into each other on social media and at meetings and discovered a shared frustration with a lack of, again the T word, transparency, misinformation, disconnect, and even aggression on a variety of local topics. We're seeking real engagement to find real solutions by encouraging productive, inclusive, and transparent communication, gathering facts and information from reliable sources, developing organized and thoughtful questions, feedback with other stakeholders for constructive conversation, thereby enabling the community to make informed choices and find real solutions for various local topics. Solutions that are guided by principles of honesty, respect, integrity, fairness, accountability, and ethical conduct. By securing space for town hall meetings, we can get the word out to the community. We have a collaborative place to respectfully share opinions, facts, concerns, and develop actual ideas to share with stakeholders. I hope to hear from you soon back on that. Also, regarding annexation, I've become concerned that annexation will remove some affordable housing protections for our aging and vulnerable senior community out in the unincorporated area that would essentially put them on the street, perhaps, and others that are aging into the need for that same type of protection and program. Please ensure this is in your current discussion and consideration, because I have not seen this addressed in any FAQ or website or anywhere else. Thank you for your time.
Mandy Diaz. The next speaker is Marlene King.
Hello, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for taking the time to hear me. Again, my name is Mandy Diaz. I'm Jimmy Lopez's mother. Like Anthony says, it's been 10 months that my world got turned upside down. My son did get shot multiple times, and that's why I'm here today, to make sure that policemen have a care in their heart for other people. It is their job to serve and protect. Why does he have to shoot my son multiple times just for an arrest? The lady over-exaggerated when she made the phone call, and we just need to be more aware that there's people with mental health out there that are depressed. My son was thinking that he would go to jail if he had that gun. I know my son. He had a lot of respect for the police, and he would not point the gun at the policemen. He put his hands up after, for a while, he had his hands up like this for a long time when the police all surrounded him. There was an officer in back of him, and there was 6 officers in front of him. Once my son just tried to get up to put his hands up better. Probably he wanted to get up for his arrest. I don't know, but I'm never going to have those answers because my son is gone and he's not here to tell me what happened. I just want justice so another person doesn't have to go what I'm going through. We do believe in the police are supposed to protect us, and now I'm afraid to even call the cops. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Ms. Diaz. Marlene King. Following Ms. King is Carmen King.
Good evening, everyone. Just louder. Okay. I have some issues with. I know a lot of us have mailboxes, community mailboxes, but a lot of us have been. Our mailboxes have been broken into. I would say from December, maybe 6 or 7 times, and we all have to go to the small little mailbox post office. I don't know if there's something that you guys can do or anything at all, but it would be appreciated if you could do something, help us out, tell us what to do. But also, I have an issue with the 74 off of Lake Street in Florida, and there have been quite a few accidents there. The light that's at San Jacinto, somehow a lot of these lights here are not synchronized, and it gets very frustrating when you're sitting at the light and there's no other cross traffic coming. And I don't know if maybe someone could look into it, maybe fix them so that people aren't, just running it because they're frustrated of sitting there with nobody at the intersections to turn. But that's all I have. So, thank you.
Hello, my name is Carmen King. I'm speaking also on the behalf of the vandalism that has increased in breaking into the mailboxes. It's continuously happening. It's happening every month, at least 1 or twice. They fix it, they change a lock, and within a week, it's broken into again. We have spoke to the mailman, and it seems like that's something that's happening throughout the community. So what are we doing to stop that, to minimize that, to correct it? Are we having any security cameras? Are we having patrol? What are we doing to make sure that, people's personal information and identity is not being compromised? Another issue with just even the increased crime is just alongside Florida. We're seeing drug dealing, we're seeing prostitution, and other means of crime. So what are we doing to even keep our people here safe, right? It's just nobody has no regards to it's out there in the open. You can probably walk alongside Florida and see crack pipes or drugs or needles, stuff like that. So what are we doing to even the overall safety of our children? For the people that do have to walk, don't have a form of transportation, and are coming in contact with all these things. So if we can do something to really clean up our city, and invest in something that's going to be very proactive for us, not just, shipping somebody somewhere, but really trying to decrease the crime, the homelessness, everything that really impacts our city. We don't want to be known for the city that just has people that are drug addicts, that people that have mental illness and are out there talking to themselves or causing a ruckus. We want it to be in a city where we feel safe. We want to be in a city where we're not known for that, right? So what are we doing to improve our city that, we can have a safe place for our children to grow up, to even walk the street, you know what I mean? Like to get from point A to point B, even when we're going to the grocery stores, not being, reprimanded by people asking for money, that kind of thing. So I would like to see like change and support alongside to make our city better. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. King. Next we have Travis. Following Mr. Travis, we will have Christina, also on the Jimmy Lopez matter. And then I think it's Billy. I'm sorry, I can't read the name on this one, but it's also a public comment on regarding Jimmy Lopez. I think it's Billy. Travis.
Okay. Mayor, council members, and Jimmy Lopez's family, and community members that have come out today, I've would just ask that you.
In the mic.
Community members, I would like to ask you to please consider that Jimmy Lopez's family has asked, now almost going on a year, to release the full information of what happened to his family. It's a concern for everybody involved, considering that judging by there's multiple images from different angles showing Jimmy Lopez during the time of his killing, when he was shot between 12 to 17 times. From different angles, there's nothing in his hand. And from other angles, there's a still frame, and it looks like there's an edited image. That's super concerning. It's very concerning and very illegal. Everybody should be really worried about that. It really needs to be looked into. It's illegal. So tampering with evidence, that's definitely a crime. The other thing that needs to be looked into is essentially like, why is it 40% or more of the budget going to police departments, but when you look at what can people actually do to engage themselves or better themselves at schools, I mean, I don't actually live in Hemet. I wouldn't want to. There's not a lot going on for the people, and when you put all the budget into reacting to a problem instead of actually being fundamentally proactive about it, it's going to be a lot of conflict. We don't want conflict. We want peace. We want justice. We want law and order. But when the people who are actually carrying a badge aren't upholding law and order, what does that leave the people? Where does it leave us? It leaves us afraid. We're just as afraid of police as we are as criminals, because we don't see it necessarily where the avenue is for the people. Thank you for holding a forum where we can all speak on these things, but it has to be more than words. It has to be actions. Like, it's been almost a year, and this isn't the first time that this sort of thing has happened. I mean, let me see. Okay. Thank you. Okay, 1 second. Okay, so there's PC 3.2.7. That's regarding the tampering of the evidence. And then let's see. There's also PC 141.
Thank you, Travis.
Foster,
Your time has expired.
Okay, thank you.
Next, we have Christina. And then I'm going to give this one more try. Looks like the last name might be Ramirez. Again, it's a public speaker on Jimmy Lopez.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor, council members, and other members of the Hemet community. I am also here tonight to speak to you about the tragic death of Jimmy Lopez that occurred July 4th, 2024. It has been nearly a year since his death at the hands of Hemet police officers whose names have not been released to the public, who were not placed on leave pending the outcome of a AB 1506 DOJ investigation by the state of California, when many departments in the area do put their officers on leave. Recently in Mammoth Lakes, an officer-involved shooting occurred, and what happened during this DOJ investigation is those officers are on leave, so they are not in the community to, until we know exactly what their actions, how their actions were actually in line with the practices that they are supposed to uphold in their training manuals. So AB 106 investigations pertain to officer-involved shootings of unarmed individuals. Unarmed. Airsoft guns do not count, nor can we be certain that Jimmy even pointed anything at anyone since we don't have all the footage. The delay is an atrocity. There's no reason for that to be withheld from the public at this point when they did release some footage that we believe was edited. When an officer-involved shooting occurs, transparent and open communication is critical to maintain public trust. As per the Hemet Police Department's training manual, PC 835A, a peace officer shall not use deadly force against a person based on the danger that a person poses to themselves if an objectively reasonable officer would believe that person does not pose an imminent threat of death or serious bodily injury to the peace officer or to another person. Jimmy was sitting on the ground. He was not doing anything violent in the community. He was asleep. He was passed out from intoxication. And also, in the same manual for first responders, 413.5, safety is a priority for first responders. It is important to recognize that individuals under the influence of alcohol, drugs, or both may exhibit symptoms that are similar to those of a person in a mental health crisis. These persons may still present a serious threat to officers. Such a threat should be addressed with reasonable tactics. What are these reasonable tactics? De-escalation. As time and circumstances reasonably permit, when the community and officer safety would not be compromised, officers should consider actions that may increase officer safety and may decrease the need for use of force. Why were they putting themselves in front of their cars in this situation? 6 officers did not need to be there, did not need to have 6 officers worth of rounds of bullets to fire at one person who, again, was not doing anything threatening in the community. They need to
Thank you, ma'am. Your time has expired.
Okay.
All right, we have the next speaker, I believe, sir. And then comment will be Richard Galindo.
Hello, my name is, can you guys hear me?
No.
Nope.
Oh, hello?
Yes.
All right. My name is Philip Ramirez. Sorry, I kind of was in a rush. But I'm here to speak about an incident that happened on, on May 5th, 2023. Christopher Maker reported to a call of a disturbance in Applebee's. I was the person in Applebee's, and well, he kind of came in like rough and ready to mess someone up. When he came to me, I was sitting at a booth. He was asking me for my ID, and I was asking him what for. He was very lenient on like asking for my ID, and I asked him just to calm down. I was just trying to have a drink, and I paid for my. You can't hear me? Okay. So I was asking for a drink, and the officer showed up. They said I was acting irrational and was causing a ruckus at the Applebee's, which I wasn't. They said I was trying to steal silverware, which I have no need for that. There's no need for me to steal silverware. So they tell me I'm under arrest for stealing silverware, and I am so confused. I don't understand what's going on. They pull me out of the booth, put me on the ground, put their knee on the back of my neck. They tased me, handcuffed me, and they haul me out to the cruiser. I'm making a ruckus there, and then he punches me. Christopher Maker punches me 4 times in the face. And on the other side, Jake Dominguez opened the door and punched me several other times. And it wasn't just Jake Dominguez. It was another officer named, I can't name him right now, but there was a 3rd officer. And then while I was handcuffed in the police cruiser, I'm in the police cruiser already, they tased me an additional 2 more times. I wanted justice for them. And just Jimmy Lopez was killed on July 4th. I want justice for him too. And I mean, I'm pretty sure you heard Christopher Maker was arrested early this year. And thank you for hearing me out. All right. Thank you. Sorry for the people in the back though. I could have spoke up a little more, but you know, it's my first time. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Last speaker is Richard Galindo.
Good evening. Good evening, everybody. American Legion Post 53 of Hemet would like to cordially invite Hemet City Council and its good citizens to this year's First Responder Dinner and Award Ceremony on May 3rd. Excuse me. Where is that at? Oh, we are asking the city to purchase at least 10 tickets to show support for our great first responders. Thank you.
Mayor, that concludes our general public comment. We are now done with item 13, and you're free to move on to the rest of the agenda. Item 14A.
The City Council's procedures for public hearing will be as follows. Staff will provide a report and clarification of items presented. The public hearing will be open for comments for those in favor of or in opposition to the item, followed by rebuttal to any comments made. The public hearing will be closed, and the city manager may respond to any questions raised by the public. The public will not have an opportunity to respond. Discussion will be brought back to the City Council for direction or action. Can we get a report from staff on this item?
Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council, and the community. I'm Monique Alanis Slater, Community Development Director. This evening is a public hearing for a general plan amendment, conditional use permit, tentative parcel map, variance, and building height exemption. The applicant is HSL Hemet Land LLC. The applicant is Newland Capital Group. The project before you is a property located at the southwest and southeast intersection of Warren Road, Simpson Road, and north of Demonegoni Parkway. Surrounding land uses include vacant land to the north, Salt Creek Channel to the south and east, and Model Masters Air Park and vacant land to the west. This site encompasses 74.88 gross acres. The property is currently zoned business park, and the property has a general plan land use designation of mixed use. The project includes the construction of 2 high-cube industrial warehouse buildings totaling 1.192 million square feet on an 8.9-acre ancillary trailer parking lot and associated on-site and off-site improvements, including street widening, sidewalks, utility extensions, and landscaping. Building 1 is approximately 883,080 square feet with 144 dock-high doors, warehouse and office space, and surface parking. Building 2 would be approximately 309,000 square feet, 338 square feet, 309,338 square feet with 50 dock-high doors and with similar supporting facilities. A total of 425 parking stalls and 1,256 passenger stalls are proposed throughout the site. The applicant has confirmed that Rialto Pacific LLC is likely the tenant. Rialto Pacific is a regional fulfillment company that handles logistics, warehousing, and inventory services, primarily for large retailers such as Costco, Target, and Walmart, focused on products such as textiles and apparel. The applicant is requesting a general plan amendment to change the land use designation of the site, mixed use, to business park to be consistent with the zoning. The conditional use permit is required for warehouses exceeding 400,000 square feet in accordance with the Hemet Municipal Code. The project includes a tentative parcel map, 38800, which provides the subdivision of 74.88 acres into 3 parcels, one for each proposed warehouse and one for ancillary trailer parking. The applicant is also requesting a variance to allow a reduction in the number of passenger vehicle parking spaces for the proposed warehouse development. And in addition, the applicant is requesting a building height exception, which allows the reviewing authority to authorize a 10% increase in the maximum building height for structures that are set back a minimum of 100 feet from any residential use or residential zone. In accordance with the California Government Code, the Planning Commission shall make a recommendation to the legislative body on the adoption of a general plan amendment when the application is processed concurrently with applications for the project. The Planning Commission shall review the application and advise the City Council as to the recommendations of the Commission. On December 3rd, 2024, the Planning Commission held a public hearing. During that time, they considered the project. In addition to an environmental impact report, which was prepared for the project, I do want to note, just for the public and for the council, that there is a QR code in case any would like to take a look at the environmental documents associated with it, which included the notice of preparation. There was a scoping meeting that was held last year, January 3rd, 2024, which also included a public review period following the scoping meeting upon completion and release of the draft EIR, which ran from May 17th to July 1st, in accordance with the state mandate of a 45-day review, public review. There were comments received and responses provided as part of the draft environmental impact report. The project was also reviewed by the Airports Land Use Commission on July 13th, 2024, as well as consideration through tribal consultation in accordance with AB 52 and SB 18. At a duly noticed public hearing held on December 3rd, 2024, after public testimony, an assessment of the environmental impact report, review for the project, comments received from the public, the Planning Commission recommended denial of the project with a finding that the Planning Commission recommended denial with a finding that the economic benefits did not outweigh the significant and unavoidable impacts, and that the statement of overriding considerations was not quantified or justified for the project. Key considerations and concerns that were raised by the Commission included the economic and fiscal benefits for the project, whether the development is consistent with the long-term land use vision under the general plan, access and constraints on Warren Road and the Warren Road Bridge, and air quality. In response, in response to the Planning Commission's concerns, the applicant has submitted a comprehensive fiscal impact and economic benefit analysis, including additional concessions to the proposed infrastructure and other community benefits. I'd like to turn this over to Jolene Ferris, our Deputy Public Works Director, Assistant City Engineer, so that we can discuss the proposed infrastructure improvements since the Planning Commission hearing. And then I will wrap up the presentation for the council.
All right, good evening, Council and Mayor. The project originally proposed the following improvements when presented to Planning Commission. Simpson Road would be improved to full half width, which included pavement, curb and gutter, sidewalks, landscaping, and streetlights, as well as a dedication to be consistent with the general plan. Warren Road would be improved for the full width, including pavement, curb and gutter, sidewalks, landscaping, and streetlights, as well as dedication to be consistent with the general plan. Utility extensions and improvements, including new sewer, water, recycled water, and storm drain. A comment letter was received by Riverside County Flood Control and Water Conservation District identifying 3 master drainage plan facilities, lateral B1, line J, and line I, that will flood protect the project site and provide for an adequate outlet to Salt Creek. Per the City of Hemet's adopted storm drain criteria and drainage design manual, the policy of the city is to require all development projects adjacent to master plan facilities to construct said facilities. So the project is now including the following additional improvements. Additional 20 feet of paving on the north side of Simpson Road along the project frontage, 1,000 linear feet of road rehabilitation on both sides of the street for Simpson Road extending beyond the westerlymost project boundary, 1,000 linear feet of road rehabilitation of both sides of the street of Simpson and Warren extending beyond the easterly project boundary, and a minimum of grind and overlay will be done and will be per the geotechnical recommendations. The project will also dedicate 20 feet of right-of-way along the westerly boundary, which is part of El Fuego Road and is access to APN 465140032. And the project will also pave the 20-foot access and maintain the roadway until officially dedicated to the city. The applicant will contribute a total of $75,000 towards a signal synchronization study for a 2-mile radius surrounding the project, which includes signals at the following intersections: Dominagoni and Warren, Warren and Mustang, Mustang and Costin, Costin and Stetson, Dominagoni and Sanderson, Sanderson and Mustang Way, and Sanderson and Thornton. The applicant will construct or fund 1,000 linear feet of the Salt Creek Trail and will contribute $50,000 for the study of the Dominagoni Parkway Median Project. And as part of the Salt Creek Trail, a license agreement with Riverside County Flood Control and Water Conservation District for maintenance of the trail will be required. And I'm going to turn it back over to Monique.
So I want to take the opportunity to the council to allow the applicant they would like to present this evening. The Newland Capital Group, the applicant is here this evening, including their design and environmental team from EPD Solutions, Hermond Architecture and Design, and DPFG, the preparers of the fiscal impact analysis, to discuss and present the project further. Thank you.
Thank you, Monique. Jeremy Kraut, EPD. I appreciate her introduction, Monique's introduction. She did a good overview, as well as Jolene, to the project. But I do want to thank them for not just the two of them that were really involved in analyzing, assessing, and reviewing the project, but also a lot of the city staff that may not be speaking this evening. You have a wonderful staff that have attention, care, and a lot of knowledge that really provide a good service to the community. I want to thank them for all the work they've done in the project. So I'm just doing a brief introduction. Vanna White, I am not, but I do want to just introduce the team that's going to be coming up after me, and then I'm going to be coming back to you to cover a number of other items in the presentation that hopefully we can get up on the screen shortly. Like we heard from Monique, Ty Newland's going to come up, give a brief overview of Newland Capital, the applicant. We have Tom Donahue, who works with Newland as well, talk about the conditions that Jolene went over. We have Gus Rua, who's from the Rialto Pacific. He works for that company to talk about the company itself and the people that work there. Followed by, I'll come up again just briefly before the architect, Natalie Kester from Herdman Architecture, will talk about the architecture. Unfortunately, you'll have to see me again at that point for another overview of a couple other items related to the project. And then finally, two more, Manju Puckrell from the DPFG, who did the fiscal impact report, to go into more detail about the report itself. And then I'll close it out and hopefully end it as quickly as possible. But just want to give that overview, and I'll invite Ty up here now. Thank you.
Thank you for that introduction, Jeremy. My name's Ty Newland. I'm the owner of Newland Capital Group. And I appreciate everyone's time here tonight, as well as the council and the city manager for accommodating. I want to give you a quick background on Newland Capital Group as well as myself. So I have been working in the Inland Empire for a number of years. I started my career right out of college working in the Inland Empire, worked out here for 13 years doing commercial real estate. I also have, family in this immediate community. I have an immediate aunt and I have a cousin who have lived in Hemet for the last 3 decades, so I know the community well. Newland Capital Group has been around for 5 years. It started out of, the work I've done here in the Inland Empire and is now a nationwide focused company that aligns itself with end occupiers, which means tenants for buildings. What we do is we work hand in hand with tenants to identify locations across the country where we can build buildings that will see their business flourish, but also employ a lot of people. And that is what we're doing here in this community. We have aligned ourselves with Rialto Distribution, who I'm very thankful and very proud to be working with. They're a great employer. They, they are definitely looking to hire in this community, and that's one of the reasons why we focused in this area. And after hearing some of the public comments earlier today, it really moved me, and it makes me understand the need to have an employment in a community. You hear about drug use and crime and all that sort of stuff. I think there's stats that show very clearly that employing people helps prevent that type of stuff. And if we can just do a small part of that in building 21st century real estate, where the economy is going, I think that's critical in helping the communities and helping people find employment. Like I said, we've been working on this property for a number of years with this user, and we're very hopeful and excited that it can move forward. Part of our review process, in identifying this site, is we identified that it was in an opportunity zone. And if you're not familiar with opportunity zones, I would encourage you, to go back and study that. It's put in place just for this reason, to help, bring business to communities that need new business, and that's what we're trying to do here. We're a long-term owner of our real estate. We look at it as a huge investment into the community. We aren't here to build, flip, and move on. We're looking here to build something and own it for 30, 40, 50 years and make a huge investment into the community along with the tenant in this case. I'll turn it over to the next person, Jeremy. Tom?
Councilors, Mayor Pro Tem remotely, and Mayor. We heard loud and clear on December 3rd from Planning Commission and residents about the project's lack of community benefits. Each comment from that meeting has been addressed in the revised project that you see in front of you in the staff report. Commissioner Worth was concerned with only having half-width improvements at our frontage. We've increased the frontage improvements by double to full width. He was also concerned with traffic synchronization. The revised conditions include $75,000 for fixing the traffic signals within a 2-mile radius of the project. Commissioner Clark?
Mr. Donahue, 1 second, please.
Commissioner
Sir,
Clark?
One second. Members of the audience, the applicant is entitled to a fair public hearing. That means the jeering and booing needs to stop. Please allow the speaker to speak. Everyone who has asked for an opportunity to speak will get the same courtesy. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Clark was concerned with the creek trail and air quality. The conditions have added 1,000 linear feet of construction or funding of the trail. The project also has been updated to add solar on the roof, and 47 EV chargers will be installed and operating by the project's occupancy. Commissioner Hill was concerned about aesthetics, truck routes, and having a joint meeting with Planning Commission and City Council. I'm happy to report that the project was redesigned by a different architect that incorporates the Western Museum's architectural features into the elevations that face Dominagoni. Since the time of Planning Commission, the City Council and Planning Commission has met with each other and passed an industrial moratorium for a calendar year. It's worth noting that the Simpson project is one of 9 projects specifically excluded from that moratorium due to the massive amount of work product related to the entitlements. Vice Chair Papp had many technical questions about water quality and statement of overriding consideration. Many of Vice Chair Papp's comments were addressed during the Planning Commission meeting. Our team has also completely rewritten the statement of overriding consideration to ensure that all the project's advantages are now included into the statement. Chair Beamisdorfer was clear. It's not enough. His concerns matched those of the concerns of the residents. Emissions and a lack of community benefits really clouded his review of the project. Which brings us to the residents. Their concerns were clearly related to aesthetics, emissions, and benefits. Their voices on December 3rd, 2024 were loud and clear, and we will hear from them again tonight. We have added approximately $3 million of changes and costs into this project since the 0-5 vote at Planning Commission. We're hoping that these changes address the concerns of the residents and each of the previously mentioned commissioners. We have added a dedicated access road through our property to the model airplane runway park. We will improve Simpson Road to its full width right-of-way at our frontage. We're also going to repave 1,000 feet of Simpson Road beyond our project. The Warren Road improvements are also going to be full width now, and we're also going to repave 1,000 feet of Warren Road beyond our project. These 2 roads meet at the Hemet property line, so we're going to fund or construct a Welcome to Hemet monument sign at the city's entrance. Speaking of that area, there is a small unimproved piece of asphalt between Dominagoni and the bridge. We're going to take care of that too, so it's smooth coming into the city of Hemet. I already mentioned the creek trail that we'll be funding or constructing, and we will be contributing $50,000 to the Dominagoni median for the beautification of the city's entrance. Beyond these financial checks written, we have also signed up for and placed into the conditions of approval benefits that directly benefit the community. We mentioned that the building has been completely redesigned, more worthy of its place on Dominagoni and entrance into the city. We are also focused on hiring the residents of Hemet. On April 24th, our tenant Rialto Distribution will be hosting a local job fair from 9 to 12 here at the library. The conditions state that we are required to have another job fair for the Simpson project as well. On a side note, with both Kirby and Simpson projects, our tenant would become the largest private employer in the city of Hemet. Lastly, Hemet speaks to their cultural and history in this general plan, and we are going to make a $50,000 donation to the city towards their future artwork projects. I appreciate your time, and I'll turn the presentation back to our team. Thank you.
Do you mind if we get the presentation back up on the screen, please? Thank you. As I flip through, I'm going to have Gus Rua come up to speak on behalf of Rialto Pacific, assuming I can move this forward. I'm sorry, which direction? Oh, oops. I went too far. Nope, went too far back. So Gus, if you don't mind coming up here. Oh, I feel like I'm just missing it. Oh, there we go. Not sure where I pointed. There we go. Gus, thank you.
Can you guys hear me? Hi, my name is Gustavo Lua. I am the Vice President of Operations for Rialto Distributions. Hello, my name is Gustavo Lua. I am the Vice President of Operations for Rialto Distribution. I've had the privilege of growing with Rialto Distribution, starting my journey as a warehouse manager in Carson, California in 2014. Over the course of my career, I've watched our company evolve significantly, driven by our by our unwavering commitment to our employees, customers, and overall success of the business. Today, as the Vice President of Operations, I oversee multiple locations across the country, including our flagship 1,000 square foot facility in Rialto, California. The growth we've experienced has been nothing short of extraordinary, and I'm deeply grateful to have been part of this remarkable journey. Rialto Distribution has not only provided substantial job opportunities, but also made a significant impact in the communities we serve. With over 600 employees at our Rialto Distribution alone, we are proud to operate. Excuse me. We are proud to operate in an opportunity zone which enables us to give back to the community that has supported us. We understand that our employees are the backbones of our success, which is why we prioritize their growth and development. We provide extensive training and support equipping them with the skills and opportunities to advance within the company. As a leader managing hundreds of employees, I'm committed to promoting from within and ensuring that the hard work and dedication lead to meaningful career progressions. Our employees enjoy a comprehensive benefit package that includes access to employee assisting programs, EAP, 401k, retirement savings, medical and dental insurance, paid vacations, and range of support services including education, legal assistance, financial planning, and caregiving. Looking ahead, we are hoping to expand our journey into Hemet, California. As the city of Hemet continues to grow, we are eager to be part of this vibrant community. We come with promise of offering job opportunities and contributing to this development, much like we have done in Rialto, Savannah, and Mount Pocono, Pennsylvania. Thank you.
Thank you, Gustavo. So, Jeremy Crowd again. I'm going to just touch on a couple things, and then I'm going to invite the architect to come up here again from Herdman. Natalie Kester will come up in a moment, so Natalie, if you mind coming behind me just to save time. As far as the site, we talked about it. I appreciate Monique's overview. One thing I just wanted to point out that the general plan designation and zoning currently allows warehousing uses today. The reason for the general plan amendment is a more technical one from a planning matter. I'd rather have Monique address that if she were to come up, but it does address just the amount of square footage assumed in the general plan for industrial uses. And in that matter, we're trying to make sure that there is industrial use remaining for other properties within this area of Hemet, so that this doesn't take the area and just consume it in one spot that was meant to be spread as it goes. So that is the reason for the general plan amendment. As far as sorry, I'm going to be struggling with this, it seems. The overview, we got the overview of the site plan from Monique, and I'll have instead Natalie come in and talk about the architecture, which was, again, as we heard before, changed from the Planning Commission meeting to now, really to address some of the concerns and to look at the community as a whole as in a way to envelop some of the elements of architecture that are found in the community with the museum, and then also we really wanted to enhance the landscaping through this area. One thing to point out is I believe that in your handout or in some of the presentation, we'll be covering a lot of the some view sims, which do reflect the current architecture that's been proposed. So if you do have some prior images, those have been modified in this current presentation, and I believe is in front of you. So I'll turn this over now to Natalie, I believe. Yes.
Good evening, members of the City Council. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak with you today. My name is Natalie, and on behalf of Herdman Architecture and Design, we're honored to be part of the design of this project, especially given its prominence within the city. As we embarked on the design process, we wanted to ensure that the architecture reflected not only the functionality of the building, but also the aesthetic quality of the surrounding environment. We drew inspiration from the beautiful museum in your city and incorporated elements of its design language into our building. Specifically, you'll notice the similarity in the use of glazing and mullions, which we have carefully adapted to bring a sense of light and transparency to the structure. The metal paneling we've chosen also echoes the clean lines and thoughtful detailing of the museum, helping to create a cohesive visual connection between the building and its surroundings. In addition to the design inspiration, we have placed a great emphasis on using high-quality materials throughout the project. This decision was made with the understanding that this is a highly visible site, and we wanted to ensure the building not only serves its purpose, but also elevates the city's architectural fabric. We're truly humbled and excited to be involved in the design of such an impactful project, and we look forward to seeing this building become a lasting part of the city, contributing to its continued growth and architectural identity. Thank you.
All right, me again, Jeremy Kraut, and I'm going to go through a number of slides, and I'm going to turn it over to Manju to talk about the fiscal analysis. So I will move this along, though, recognizing time. One thing just on the landscaping that we both, Natalie and I both touched on, the landscape plan does have almost 500,000 square feet or 11.11 acres of landscaping throughout the site, and with a number of 59,000, over 59,000 within the parking area. It exceeds the city's requirements in their code by 17.5%. So really took a look at how do we ensure that more landscaping is in this area to create a shade area for people parking in the lot, but also create an edge condition that is softer than just standard city requirements. Project also proposes 373 trees in the parking area, and that's about 42% more than the trees required by the city's code. So with that, the way that the edge condition then would look because of that is to have a real screen of a linear screen of trees that do have some offsets with plantings at a lower level and a double row of trees to really ensure that there is a view of trees along the main roads that are abutting the project. There's a simulation there at the corner of Simpson and Warren Road as an example. And then as far as the fencing and walls that are proposed, importantly, obviously, the security is important for facilities like these that house important product, valuable product. So the project site is secured, but is intentional to have a mix of walls and fences on there. One, fencing to have some screening or some transparency to the site to allow both the landscaping on the exterior of the site and the interior of the site to be visible. And then walls in operational areas of the project. Some examples of the fencing is on the screen with the wrought iron or tubular fence steel fence along the edge condition. And then as far as the screening, again, the screening is a additive feature in terms of screening the building. In addition, topography on the site allows for additional screening by virtue of the fact that the site is set down both on the building's site as well as the parking lot site. They're set down about 13 feet from Warren, so they have a grade differential where if you're driving on that, you'll be elevated from that, so you do not experience or view the entire building as you're driving along that street. The landscaping, on the other hand, is at the street level, so that does allow for additional screening from the road. You heard from Mr. Donahue about the community benefits that were added since the last Planning Commission meeting. I think one other point that I just want to make is that there's a dedicated access road at Fuente Road on the edge condition, the left side of the west side of the site, and that dedicated access road will be maintained by the project. We talked about the funding, the sign, and contribution of various areas throughout the site, or various areas within the city as additive features beyond what was discussed at the Planning Commission meeting. So I will skip through that now just because those are important and relative to the project, but I do want to touch on more of the physical features, which Monique and, I'm somehow switching this. Monique and Jolene spoke to as well. These are some visual features of that as well, and the locations where they're located. So the additional 1,000 feet of asphalt and repair and infrastructure on both along the east and west of the project site, and then repairs on the intersection of Dominagoni and Warren, and then the project frontage as well. And then as far as the visual representation of the full width improvement on the project frontage on Simpson, that's on the north side of the site. That is the improved area where that is occurring. And so that is beyond what is typical. There's no user on the other side proposing use, but the project will be improving that side of the road as well. And then as far as the community benefits, I think jobs are obviously an important factor. You heard from Gustavo about the experience at Rialto. I do want to point out, obviously, that this is beyond just the construction jobs that will be coming to the community. The estimated amount for this type of project is about 846 jobs. You see some members of the community that are with you now working in the community, and the ideal situation is obviously that for them is that they continue their work onto this site as they finish the work on the Kirby project. They are obviously members of the community for a number of years as they work on construction projects, becoming a part of the community, and that's factored in. But what you see on the screen as well, in addition to those fine jobs that are coming, are permanent jobs that are contributing to the local economy. The estimated amount is 1,309 permanent annual jobs. You'll hear a little bit more about that from Anju and talking about the fiscal impact analysis. The average income for, again, average on this side is for warehouse jobs are about $63,000, and then for administrative jobs about $55,000 for those administrative. You heard about some of the benefits that Rialto provides, but I will move on also to the job fair to get the people in those jobs. We heard about the condition of approval that's been added to require a job fair within the city prior to construction, obviously, and occupancy prior to occupancy to have a job fair for the community to apply for jobs within the facility, should it be approved. And then as far as the total numbers of some of the fees that are contributed as part of the project would be contributing about $2.4 million in impact fees for the city of Hemet and the Hemet Unified School District, and about $6.2 million in site development fees. Some of the impact fees include traffic fees or traffic improvement fees that would go beyond just the amount that you heard from Mr. Donahue about the intersection improvements and traffic signal improvements that are included in the conditions of approval. In addition, so these fees could go towards traffic signal at Stetson and Warren, Highway 79 bridge improvements over Stetson, and then widening of Old Stetson from Warren to the realignment area on Warren. So there's a stretch there that improvements are needed in that area. The fees obviously for school district go to the school district to fund improvements on those facilities that we understand are over impacted and in temporary buildings. And so with that, I'm going to keep my high-level discussion there, and then I'm not sure if okay, there we go. The economic benefit analysis, I'll have the expert come up, Manju, to speak to the analysis that she completed for the project.
Thank you, Jeremy, for the introduction. Good evening, everyone. My name is Manju Pokhrel. I work at a company called DPFG. DPFG has been providing consulting services, including the preparation of the fiscal impact analysis and economic benefit analysis for various builders and developers for over three decades now. I'm here today to present the findings of the economic benefit analysis and the fiscal impact analysis for the Simpson project. I would like to first start with the introduction on what economic benefit analysis is. It is a tool that is used to figure out how much a project could help the local economy. The findings of the economic benefit analysis, also known as EBA, are not our estimates. It's based on in-plan modeling, which is a widely used and accepted regional economic modeling analysis software for predicting impacts. It's used by government agencies, economic development organizations, economists, academic institutions, researchers, and private companies like ourselves. EBA projects the impact of the project at 2 stages during the construction period as well as on an ongoing basis. The impacts are projected by estimating the number of jobs created and the labor income generated between these 2 impact periods. So the jobs created are further categorized into 3 different effects: direct effect, indirect effect, and induced effects. The direct effects are the jobs, the active construction job on site during the construction of the warehouse building. Indirect effects are the jobs created at companies that support the construction project, such as supplier of the construction material, equipment rental, architectural and engineering firm, etc. Induced effects are the jobs created when the workers from direct and indirect jobs spend their earnings in the local economy, such as grocery stores, restaurants, coffee shops, and other local businesses. Similarly, the permanent ongoing impacts are also categorized similarly as the construction period impact. The direct effects are the staff hired at the warehouse once the construction's complete and the project becomes operational. Indirect effects are the jobs created at the companies that support the warehouse project by providing goods and services such as packaging materials, storage equipments, office supplies, etc. Induced effects are the jobs where workers from direct and indirect jobs spend in the local businesses. With the understanding of the economic benefit analysis, let's now move on to the impact of the project. The jobs created and the labor income generated during the construction period are based on construction cost. These are temporary jobs and they will be done after the construction period is over, which is assumed to be around 18 months. Based on the construction cost of $177 million for the construction over a period of 18 months, in-plan projects that there would be total annual job of 1,190 jobs, which includes direct, indirect, and induced jobs. That equates to a total labor income of $71.56 million annually and $107 million over the 18 months period. As for the permanent impact, those are the permanent jobs that would be created by hiring the local residents of the community to work at the warehouse, and these are jobs created on site. And the number, the 1,309 number, has been confirmed by Rialto Distribution. He spoke about the number earlier. I won't go too much detail into that. Based on the on-site job of 1,309 jobs, in-plan predicts that the project overall would create 2,011 annual jobs. That includes direct, indirect, and induced jobs. Similarly, that equates to $114 million in labor income in an annual basis, and a 5-year accumulative labor income equates to $572 million, while that for 10 years, it equates to $1.14 billion. I would like to now move on to a fiscal impact analysis. A fiscal impact analysis estimates how a project will affect the city's budget by comparing the revenue it will generate, such as taxes, with the and it compares that with the cost of any new services the city needs to provide for the new staff hired at the warehouse or the services that would be required by the project. The revenue sources for the project are projected based on the assessed value, number of employees on site, and city's budget. Similarly, the expenditure incurred by the project were also based on city's budget. A fiscal impact analysis helps determine whether the project will cover its own cost or create a financial burden for the city. Assessed value of vacant land right now, the way it is, It's assessed at $8.75 million, which is generating about $20,000 in property tax in an annual basis. Once the project is complete and operational, the anticipated revenue generated by the project is $665,000. While we recognize that those revenues, the project comes with some cost to the city. The cost estimated for the project is estimated to be $439,000. Overall, the project would generate an annual surplus of $226,000. The surplus in a 5-year cumulative basis would be $1.13 million, while on a 10-year period, it would be $2.2 million. This surplus offers the city flexibility to reinvest in critical services, whether it's improving public safety, enhancing parks and infrastructure, or funding community programs that support residents. Thank you. If you'd like to ask any questions, I'm right here after the presentation. Thank you.
Okay, Jeremy Crowd again, and I will finish up the presentation. Appreciate the patience of everybody, and I will move through these items quickly. So I know a number of the comments, they touched on air quality and noise impacts, so I'll touch on those briefly before moving on. So air quality standards, EIR, just quickly for everybody's benefit, uses thresholds set by the South Coast Air Quality Management District, and those thresholds are health protective and based on Clean Air Act standards and recommendations by the US EPA. Based on the analysis completed for the site, the project would not cause a significant impact on air quality, and those are at the construction level and on the operational or permanent level because of mitigation measures that are incorporated into the project. And each of those we can go into more detail if you'd like, but just recognizing time, I'd like to move through them. So for the noise impacts, at the construction level and at the construction level, the project was found to be below the standards that are set by the federal government and city thresholds that are in your municipal code. However, on the operational side for the operations of the project, the noise levels on Warren Road were high enough that a threshold that is normally set at a higher level is lowered because of existing standards or existing noise on Warren itself currently. And so because of the project, although the project does not hit a typical threshold of 3 decibels increase, the project was still, there was still a significant impact because the threshold was lowered due to existing conditions. I'll note that it was below 3 decibels when in the federal and city standards in analyzing noise impacts, 3 decibels is considered barely perceptible. Anything above 5 is where you do perceive noise changes. So the project itself does not cause perceptible noise changes within this area, but again, because of the Warren Road current noise levels, it was identified as a significant unavoidable impact. And importantly in this, and I guess I should have pointed out on some of these slides that the site itself, so we have measurements that are on the screen, and I apologize if they're too hard to read from in the back, but the site property line is about 1,993 feet from the edge of the property line in the corner, the northeast corner, to the nearest home. I'm trying to back up just one slide. I don't know if I can do that. Oh yeah, here it is. However, when measured from the building operations, it is over, it's about 2,500 feet, so 2,500 feet to the nearest location of a home in the northeast of the project site. And so as a result, I'll just briefly touch on a couple other items here. I know time has gone long here. Property values was a concern of some of the community members. There have been studies of locations within Riverside County where the industrial industry has come in and built some buildings, and they looked at changes in home values throughout the area. Those studies have found that although there have been industrial buildings built, property values have continued to increase year over year, as shown on the screen in these various cities that are listed. And then on truck traffic, I know that is an important consideration. There is a routing or a circulation and distribution analysis that occurred. This identifies the distribution where There is about 40% of the truck traffic, or sorry, rather 40% of the traffic from the project, which includes passenger vehicles and truck traffic, would use Warren at this time. And then to the west, it was about 12%, I believe, and then, a little bit less than that. And then we have Dominagoni as well. So there is a distribution of the traffic on the various roads here. However, despite the distribution, I want to say that the city, I know, is considering changes or looking at their truck routes. There is a condition of approval that's been added that would require the project to follow that truck route if it is changed from the current truck routes that are allowed. And because the project, you are hearing who the tenant is at this time, and it is one tenant, it is more understandable and reasonable to expect that that tenant would be following those requirements, because they would have that as a condition of approval as part of their project. So that is an enforceable provision, different from some projects out there where the tenant is not known or understood. I do want to mention, though, so with the improvements, or with the truck traffic and project traffic that is occurring, the project is contributing, as I mentioned, a number of fees to the project or to the city, which would go to improvements within the city for the roads that are surrounding the city. Currently, again, Warren Road is a truck route in the municipal code. TUMF, the city has been receiving TUMF, so the Transportation Uniform Mitigation Fee, fees from development throughout the city, and those fees are going towards improvements along this area. So about $14.954 million is planned for the Warren Road expansion from Esplanade to Dominagoni. So that's already in the books for money that's going towards improvements. Also, $2.687 million is of additional funding is going to the bridge widening on Warren Road south of Stetson and north of Mustang Way. And then TUMF itself also has $4.176 million for the Warren and Dominagoni Bridge. So those improvements are already in the city's books for TUMF fees that are going towards the improvements. The project on top of that is contributing the money that I mentioned earlier towards the improvements along that area, or that could be used for improvements on that area. In the past, there was community outreach to the residential community to the northeast of the site. A number of residents are here, I'm sure, representing that community who can speak on their behalf, but there was community outreach that did occur, and email and notices that were provided to request any feedback along the way. We've been responding to them to ensure that messaging has gone out. And as far as that community outreach, I think you heard from Mr. Donahue of the issues that were identified or the concerns, and with that, the measures that were addressed to solve or address create solutions for those concerns. We talked about traffic and the compliance enforcement that could occur, the city collaboration on the road improvements, in the air quality and greenhouse gas sector. Additional solar was provided and landscaping was increased along the project. And then on the positive side, I just want to make sure that's not left out, is that in the community feedback that we received, the jobs creation, road improvements, and the contributions of funding towards the city improvements that are needed and the school district were important. Now, as far as I promise I have very few slides left. The purpose, so with the project, just want to end on a couple points here. This is different from many projects that are seen throughout the Inland Empire. This is not a speculative development. There is a tenant. It is known. You've heard from from one of the employees of the business. You'll hear from others that are here tonight. They are talking about their experience within the business and the career that was created and what they believe will be a benefit to the community here. Jobs were important in identifying the site. We talked about the design and how that was changed to address some local architecture that was important to the community. And then unique community benefits. Went out there to find out what those improvements or the benefits, the needs are of the community, to focus those on benefiting the community. And finally, just on the community legacy itself, this is not a overnight and they're done and they're out of the town project. This is one that is staying with the community. If it was considered by the council and approved, you will have people that are going to work here for hopefully their careers, and a owner who would be interested in keeping the building up to ensure that it is meeting the standard of the community. So with that, I'm going to close. I appreciate your patience with me and listening, and I'm happy to answer questions, but I do have experts, more experts in the team here to answer them if you have any questions. Thank you.
Mayor, we have over 60 public speaker slips. This may be a good time to take a break if you wanted to.
We will adjourn for 10 minutes. It's 7:52. We will be back at 8:02. I gotta go tinkle.
Hey, Jack.
We have 1 minute, people, 1 minute.
Good luck to me. First.
Testing.
Why do we need to see you? Oh, after.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's 8:02.
Jackie, are you shocked and dismayed you're not waiting for me? Come on. No, I didn't. That's what I'm going to do. Since somebody else is here. You want-
Go ahead, Stephen has to go to the bathroom.
Oh, okay.
Hey, guys. I'm good. I'm gonna be glad when this shit's over. Yeah. Whoops. It's a live mic. It's hot. Oh, there she is. Look at all the paper on this.
I know. Yay, Stephen.
A train was coming.
I thought so. Small earthquake.
Thank you, everyone. We will now proceed. I'd like to thank everyone for the extensive staff presentation, and I will now open the public hearing. City Clerk, are there any registered speakers?
Thank you, Mayor. Yes. I believe Mr. Graham's going to read the names, and then at the end, I will call out to the Zoom call since we have Mayor Pro Tem Kendrick participating remotely.
Thank you, Mayor. And I did just want to make one clarification. All written comments and materials received during this public hearing will be part of the administrative record. With that, I think it only fitting to call those who have had multiple speakers yield their time. They speak on behalf of groups of residents. And we have a speaker here who has been to, I think, every city council meeting for the last 5 months, Jean Fanza. Ms. Fanza has 15 minutes under our rules.
And that's because Joe's made me come. He says, as our district council member. Thank you all, mayor, council members, city staff, and everybody else here in the community. Can everybody hear me? No? Uh-oh. Well, I'm doing the best I can. Okay, I originally had a presentation that I would like to present. The city staff never responded to me to do a presentation. I would love to be afforded 45 minutes to do the same that we gave Rialto and Newland Capital. However, I got 15 minutes, so I'll get going. Community outreach. We have had little to no community outreach from Newland Capital regarding this project or the Kirby project in Hemet. We had virtually no awareness until October of 24, while the project app came in November of 22. So 2 good years. On November 9th, one of the staff for Newland Capital canvassed our community and handed out brochures, little glossy 5x8 brochures, very cute, very pretty. Spoke to, I think, and I'm sure Tom can correct me, 9 people in our community. I know you dropped it to
Ms.
27.
Fanza, please direct your comments towards the city council.
Okay, my apologies. At any rate, I was one of the houses he stopped at. I was out of town at the time. What I'd like to continue to say is there's no outreach here. They've not contacted the staff. We've had no town hall meeting. We've had nothing to speak to a project of over 1.1 million square feet. That's eroding the Dominagoni Hills. That's eroding the gateway to Hemet. When you come down Dominagoni Freeway at this point, you see a beautiful landscaping, the Dominagoni Hills. You get past that, you get to Diamond Valley Lake. It's gorgeous. People I know come from all over and say, geez, that's not the reputation I see in Hemet. Now we're going to look at a large warehouse with a sign saying welcome to Hemet, and all they're going to see is a large warehouse. They're not going to see the sign saying welcome to Hemet. And they're not going to think of Hemet like they do today when they come through the gateway to Hemet. It's just not going to happen. Back to the community development. I probably should not throw these people under the bus when I'm going to do that. The farm community there has advised us. They came to a city council meeting, and they were since served with a letter, a structure, an injunction saying you can no longer go to those meetings, you can't talk about it, you can't protest this project without being evicted the very same day. Well, really? Is that the type of partner we want in Hemet? I don't think so. Is it the type of partner that we want in Hemet that does not speak to, does not come to the community, knowing the opposition has been since goodness knows when? Why aren't they here? Why haven't they come to town halls? They're here today. The only reason I got a hold of the extended community benefits was because my council member knew that if this was presented today and I didn't know about it, that we would be up in arms. We're talking about the new benefits that they since have brought to the plate since the Planning Commission denied the project. Resoundingly. 0 to 5, denied the project. Had that not happened, these additional benefits would not be here for our city. Thank goodness for the Planning Commission. Thank goodness for the community and stepping up and saying, wait a minute. Yes, we've got money put away. We're coming towards the Warren Road project. But that wasn't intended for this warehouse. It's not intended for trucks. There are no services for the truckers out there. The nearest gas station is at Florida and Warren, right? Or down the road in Winchester, so all the sales tax will go to Winchester or other cities. It won't be coming to Warren. It won't be coming to Hemet. So what is that? How are they going to get their services? Where will those employees eat their lunch? I'm glad the developer has extended the track, the beautification of their project, because that's all their employees are going to have time to do. I don't know if they get a half hour for lunch or an hour for lunch, but getting into the heart of Hemet to get a meal in a half hour, it's unheard of. People making $55,000 a year, which is proposed here, they're not spending money out on lunch. They're not buying lunch. If you live in Hemet, the economic benefit of shopping in Hemet is already here. So if you're living in Hemet, the money's already here. If you're being employed outside of Hemet, we're not going to see the economic benefit. The tax is spent, I believe it was $41,000 a year. That would be the direct benefit of the employees spending their time and their money here, the economic benefit. That's not a lot of money when you look at this project and all the maintenance that we're going to have to do. I'd like to also mention that the Newland Kirby project did not receive an environmental report. I find that outrageous, that we used an environmental report from 2012, which was part of the general plan. This is a $1.1 million warehouse. We've never done that square footage here in Hemet. Why would we not want to look at current information on the environmental, on the results of the traffic? And now we're looking at adding another 1.1 million. We have 6.6 million square foot in the pipeline. Have we looked at the aggregate effect to the community, to the environment of the new traffic? We can't get anywhere in Hemet right now. We've done some really good things. The Wentworth project, it's fitting for where it belongs. It's manufacturing. It brings money to Hemet, sales tax to Hemet, right? What about Vallarta? Amazing. Our community is asking for services. They're not asking for logistics or distribution services. We have that today. But this is what the project will bring. The best use of the property is currently mixed use. I contend that it remains to be mixed use. That fits with the typically pedestrian-friendly development. It blends with the commercial, cultural, institutional, or industrial uses. It fosters community design. It fosters community engagement, which we don't have here. We will not get from the logistics builder. From, pardon me, Rialto. No negative things about Rialto. But I just don't see how we're going to get the engagement. I don't see it. It also conflicts with the West Hemet district planning, which we have in the general plan. The area was part of an urban renewal case study envisioning dynamic and sustainable mixed-use planning for the subject area. Among other principles that are contemplated, the general plan notes that the land use planning and circular planning will be coordinated by creating connections between land uses by bicycle and transit. We're not going to get that here. We don't have it. We should not allow this to happen. The truck routes, we've talked about that. The project says 45% up Warren, which is a truck route. It says 40% up Simpson Road. It is not a truck route. The other 15% goes down Warren to Dominagoni, so up Dominagoni. The Warren Bridge is a 30-year-old bridge. Yes, as the gentleman mentioned, we do have a project underway. We have a planning and assessment period. It's going to take 2 years, and then 5 years. The project calls for Esplanade to Stetson first, Stetson to Warren next, and then the bridge. You're talking possibly 7 to 10 years if you all approve it when we get the planning and the assessment. You're talking about 2 to 7 years down the road. What will everything cost? What will it cost for labor? What will it cost for roads? What will it cost to do the bridge? All lumber, steel, the whole kit and caboodle. Our economy is volatile, right? Think tariffs. Woohoo! Do they impact the logistics and shipping and distribution business? I think you all know that answer, right? With the prices going up of everything, you have to consider the elasticity price of goods. When eggs cost $12, did the demand go down? So as prices raise, demands typically go down. That's going to happen in this environment as well. So I talked about the 9 warehouse, the concentration risk of having one tenant in 2.2 million square feet of distribution that is potentially volatile based on today's market. We don't even know if it's going to do well at Kirby, at the Newland Kirby site. We have no idea how that property is going to perform. Everything is just that, estimates, as well as the financial plan, the impact analysis, and the economic analysis are all estimates. Everything in there, including the disclaimers by the consultant, says these are estimates. We have no idea what's going to happen, and nor do you, frankly. We don't know what's going to happen with the environment. We don't know if things will stall in the project because of everything that's going on, the elements in the economic environment today. So, I thought this was interesting. Fontana bought a $12 million warehouse from a vacant warehouse, non-performing tenant, and they put a homeless shelter in there. We could house a lot of homeless people, 1.1 million. Also, the San Jacinto Commercial Center, that's how many square feet? It's outrageous. It's 514 acres from Sanderson to Cottonwood. What about all the traffic that's going to generate? How is that Warren Road going to take that up that end? I know that's San Jacinto's problem, but it will be ours as well. I took a crack at, since I did have the community benefits, at trying to respond in some way to what they are, because I just don't think it's enough. I really don't. The bottom line is $225,000 a year to Hemet. What will that do for us? Maybe you can tell us, Mark. What will it do? How many employees will that bring back? One of your employees that the city laid off, got rid of years ago? Some of the things that we're doing just don't make sense to me. At one point, and I'm going to throw our city under the bus, and I love it here. 10 years I've been here. I really enjoy the environment. In 2015, we were rated a risk city. I think, Ms. Krupa, you're aware of that, by the state of California and the audit department of the state of California. We earned our way out in 22 by good management. We brought on a good manager. We have good legal representation, a fire chief, a fire police, chief of police. These people all make a difference. One of the things that was missing was community engagement. You guys have walked away from us in this debacle. You walked away from us. You haven't had one town hall. We've invited council members to our clubhouse. No show. I don't get it. You want community engagement? You want to be a risk city? Go for it. One of the things, again, was that we did not engage the community. I just think we need to do a better job. I've offered to you, Mayor, that we are here to help. We'd like to have a community council or something that could make a difference for the community and the residents at large. We don't see that happening. I'd love to see that happen. University of Riverside, UC Riverside gave you guys a report in December of last year. The last question was, everything was so scathing about warehouses, about Inland Empire, about the environment, about greenhouse gases. And the labor, the salary was $19.01 an hour as a basis, not $55,000 a year. You can't pay rent here in Hemet on that kind of money. And I would go by the statistics of that versus a developer or someone who wants to come into our city that wasn't even willing to engage us, to have a town hall, to talk to the community, to sell these community benefits. I just don't see it. The inherent risk, again, is having more, having them have 2.2 million square feet. Look at Simon Chu down in Harvard Street. It's not good looking down there. and the guy can't rent places. What is that? So if we have a vacancy in one, what's going to happen regarding the property? If one is not performing, are they going to take from the other to perform? Are they going to be parking the trucks from Newland Kirby at Newland Simpson? We don't really know what's going to happen with that. So with that, I'd like to say the linear street, well, I'll go back to the community benefits. The linear yardage that they're going to, that's not even 1,000 feet is not even a mile. It's not even a quarter mile. It's 0.19 miles. It's all along the project. I would hope they would improve that area for their employees, the residents, the employees, the tenants, because what are they going to do? They're not driving out of town. There's nowhere else to really entertain themselves on their breaks and their lunch. Critical. The Hemet sign, I covered that already. The truck route, well, it was one of the main reasons was the route, truck routes, and the Warren Bridge are huge reasons that the Planning Commission denied it. That is not going anywhere. You can't retrofit it. If you do, widen it and only put a new bridge in. What are you going to do? You've still got a 30-year-old bridge next door. There's so many things to consider that were part of the planning assessment bids that you all have seen. The artwork contribution, $50,000. LA County requires 1% of the assessed value. 1% of 177 million is 1.7 million. That tells me again what they think of Hemet, giving us $50,000. Not 100, not 200, not 500, never 1% would be a lot. That'd be 1.7 million. But I don't see it. No community outreach, no money. The job fair, I think, is an excellent idea, but are they committed to hiring people from Hemet? Will we get Rialto to report to us how many people they hired from Hemet?
Ms. Fenza, that's the end of your time.
That's my 15 minutes?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I don't get 45 to do a presentation?
Not tonight.
It'd have been a lot better had I done that.
Next up, we have Mr. Roy Fales, who has 12 minutes under the current
All
rules.
right. My name is Roy Michael Fale. I live in Hemet. Good evening, esteemed ladies and gentlemen. Most of you, I talk to you. I trust you people to make the right decisions. The economic benefit analysis, the only reason they came up with this, and they just printed it out like on March 12th, they paid good money to generate this report because the Planning Commission turned them down unanimously because they saw very limited benefit to the city of Hemet. Well, I've read all through this report. I was laughing so hard I had to put it down. The most laughable thing I saw in the report was that the employee income generated by this project will generate it. Wait a second, how would Dr. Evil say it? $1 billion. Well, that ain't $1 billion. It's not even close. Based on the 2011 people they say they intend to hire, you can immediately subtract about a third of them, since most of that is part-time. Warehouses that are not automated, commercial banks don't see viable monetarily, and they're very hesitant to loan $190 million or some odd dollars for them. Now let's talk about the $1 billion. That is based on what the employees will earn in total, not what they have to spend. That you got to subtract taxes, Social Security, if we still have it, mortgage, rent, utilities, card payments, food. I need new glasses. Healthcare, children. You know how expensive children are? Most of them will not live here. The $1 billion is smoke and mirrors. There are 9,500 warehouses in Southern California with an 8% and climbing vacancy rate, which means there are currently 760 empty warehouses in Southern California. One here in Hemet, right up the street from this project. Buy that one. Start work tomorrow, not 2 years from now. Yesterday, I drove to my doctor's appointment in Corona and passed row after row of warehouses with empty parking lots. Companies closing stores in Southern California over the next year: Joann's, Kohl's, 7 Rite Aids, Dick's Sporting Goods, Big Lots, Party City. Walgreens is closing a bunch of stores. They way overbuilt. Foot Locker, Advanced Auto Parts, Lumber Liquidators, Forever 21, 99 cents only, and Walmart. Walmart is moving some stores out. In Southern California, you can add them to the 760 vacancies we already have. Now, there's a lot of talk about, well, this will give jobs to kids and homeless. Let's talk about the homeless and teenagers that need jobs. Let's do a hypothetical. Let's say you own this project we are talking about. You're going to hire from the pool of 2,000 to 3,000 seasoned warehouse workers that have recently been laid off, with many more to come before this project starts hiring in 2 years or so. Are you going to hire teenagers and homeless people to run your $130 million product? Is that what you would do? Many people run down people that work in fast food as a bad job. I got my start in fast food. I learned teamwork, punctuality, working under pressure, especially during lunch and dinner rushes, working with the public and solving problems in stressful situations. I made manager in a year and instilled those skills and traits in my employees that most successful managers do. I've held many management positions in the last 40 years. When I see one or more years in a fast food on a resume, I take a much closer look at that person applying. Fast food workers have been some of my best employees over the years, and this is in finance, management, and mortgage bankers. I was a senior mortgage banker. I made, because of what I learned in fast food, because I didn't get to go to college. My dad was a sergeant in the Army. Get your son or daughter a job in a fast food, not a warehouse. They will learn actual life and work skills. I don't want this to sound demeaning, but in the first year in a basic warehouse job, where most you do, they don't last a year. Here's their job. You pick up something and put it down somewhere else. What are you learning? They estimate 2,500 plus vehicle trips per day along our roads. Our roads suck. I'm sorry, guys, but they do. Another glaring error in their calculations is the amount of property taxes the city of Hemet will collect each year. Their number is $236,000. Are they aware that that's annexed property and Riverside gets 75% of that? Okay, that drops those numbers down. I went through that quick. Gene covered a lot of what I was going to say. I crossed it all out. Just please, please, please do not approve this project. It's bad for Hemet.
Thank you. The next speaker is Ray Johnson, who has 9 minutes total. Mr. Johnson, are you here? Okay. As Mr. Johnson's coming forward, Mr. Fales made a good point at the end. There's no need to be duplicative of other comments that you have heard. We obviously have a lot of public speakers here tonight. We want to hear all the things that the community has to say, but it is okay to simply say you agree with what someone said before you without spending your whole 3 minutes. Mr. Johnson.
Welcome.
9 minutes.
Thank you for giving us the time to speak out tonight. There we go. We've bombarded you over the last 6 months about traffic, air pollution, greenhouse gases. So I'm not going to talk much about that. But I do want to talk about the environmental impact report because that's what you're here to approve. One of the things that I noticed in the impact report was there was no significant impact on the aesthetics of our community. So imagine this. You all know how big a football field is. Imagine 5 football fields side by side with a 5-story wall around them. That's the small building. How many of you are familiar with the Luxor Casino in Las Vegas. Maybe some of you helped pay for it. The Luxor contains 48.7 million cubic feet. You could pick that up, well, you couldn't, but Superman could pick that up, take it over to the big building here, drop it in, and there'd still be 1.5 million square feet of space empty. That's the kind of building we're talking about. Now, maybe if this building looked like the Luxor, it might be a suitable monument for Hemet, but it's not going to. It's going to look like the monolith on Kirby. The only difference is this complex is going to be 25% bigger than Kirby. And as far as I can tell, my observations, it'll be taller than any building in the city of Hemet, with maybe the exception of Kirby. So I think, you know, versus farmland or a 1.2 million warehouse, I think there's a big difference in the aesthetics. Also mentioned in there was the earthquake safety. It said there was no impact from earthquake because it's at least 5 miles away from any potential fault. Well, if you look at the Hemet city map, it shows that the most active fault in Southern California runs right under the city of Hemet, just a few blocks from here at Florida and San Jacinto Avenue. If you go to the geological survey, you'll find that Hemet has an average of 3 earthquakes a day, 20 a week, approximately 8,000 a year. We've had 3 already in Hemet that were over 6.0. And so we know it only takes one of those 8,000 to be significant and cause significant damage. And if you ask your city engineer, if a building moves an inch at the ground level, how much does it move 60 feet high where stuff is stacked in these warehouses? He'll tell you it's about 14 inches. A sudden jolt of 14 inches, imagine what's going to happen to all those little robots down there. Or the 1,223 people they're going to hire. They're going to be down there too. But let's get down to the real brass tacks, or as politicians call it, money. That's what this is all about. The developers' financial analysis said they're going to hire not 2,000 or 2,100, but 2,011 jobs in the city of Hemet. And that those jobs are going to pay $114 million a year, or $1.14 billion in 10 years. Anybody here know what $1 billion is? I'll tell you. If you spent $1,000 every day for your lifetime, you'd have to live 2,740 years. That's $1 billion. So I think you got to ignore the numbers in this package because they're really out of whack. Here's the first one. In this package that they released to you, they say the average annual warehouse salary is $61,000. Now, all of you, except Tom Lodge, sat here with the Planning Commission and you listened to the researcher from UC Riverside did an exam of this entire industry in Riverside County, and she came back and said only one person in these warehouses, the manager, earned more than a living wage. And the living wage was $53,000. That person earned $57,000. Everybody else, if you take, in here they say the average warehouse is $61,000, average warehouse salary. Her study showed that the average warehouse study was $37,000. So you got to decide which number you're going to go with. She also pointed out that the vast majority of the warehouse workers fell below the poverty level. The poverty level is $32,000 a year. And the vast majority of those employees earned less than $32,000 a year. And that was before taxes. You know, the federal government says, well, we'd like to take a little bit for income taxes and a little bit for Social Security and a little bit for Medicare, a little bit for unemployment tax. And of course the governor says, well, we need some too. So by the time you take that out of there, that 37,000 average goes down to about 31,000. That's below the 32,000 level of the poverty level. One other point I'd like to make on the negative side of things. According to the county planner that I talked to about 3 months ago, he said that when the city annexed this property into the city, they annexed it as agricultural property. And that was in line with the county plans. But now, this warehouse is out of compliance with the city or with the county's land use plan. There's the only thing that is allowed west of Warren, except for one little area that's already pre-planned, is between Warren and California.
Sir, that's your time.
Okay. I just want to close by saying that he said that this is completely out of compliance.
Hey. Mayor, that concludes the speakers that have had time donated to them. The next speaker is Greg Lansing, followed by Steve Staudenmeyer.
Good evening, council members, Madam Mayor, City Manager. Thank you for listening to us tonight. I am the original developer of Rancho Diamante 22 years ago, and I know the Solara folks are the majority of the opposition. I know they love living in their community. I designed their community. I laid it out. I did the landscape plan, the whole thing. And so they enjoy that. 22 years ago, we were in this, not this room, the other room. And there was some folks in the county who opposed changing that project from Page Ranch, which was a very bad plan, horrible plan. And we had 1,000 acres, and we proposed Rancho Diamante after a lot of time, thought, and consideration. And now we have a beautiful community, and the folks in Solara know that. We all know that. I would like them to understand we've taken 2.5, almost 3 years working with the Newland Group to make sure that the project proposed tonight takes into the same consideration. And we've had architectural upgrades, landscape plans, et cetera. So it's a wonderful project. It's going to employ a lot of people, and I think that the city could use employment. I think a lot of cities could use employment. In fact, this gentleman talked about a lot of retailers closing. Well, you're going to need more people working. So I support the project. I'm hoping that you folks will do what was done 22 years ago over there when there was some opposition, but the foresight was to turn out to be a beautiful project. And I think it's really the fear of the unknown. And so I'd like to ask the folks who are here in opposition if they have kids or grandkids who work here, or excuse me, live in Hemet, but work in Fontana or work in Corona, because we know folks who do, and they don't like that commute. And if they could live and work locally, I think they'd really like that. So again, I would urge the council to go ahead and vote to approve this project tonight. Thank you so much for
Thank you, sir. And again, let's keep the booing and the jeering to a minimum. Steve
Thank you.
Stodmeyer, representing the Hemet Model Masters Airport, followed
Yep.
by Howard Hibbler.
And Howard has had to leave, so.
Then it's just
unfortunately-
Steve. Then Steve stands alone. You're up.
Okay. My name is Steve Stoudenmeyer. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I'm here, we're concerned. We're, as you know, we saw in the presentation, our field is next door to the project. And we are very concerned that a project like this is going to cause us ultimately to close down. And the Hemet Model Masters Air Park is, we're chartered by the AMA, which is a national body that sets standards and rules for safety, and we operate under those rules. And I don't know exactly how long the air park has been there, but I believe that it's been more than 40 years. And we have, at this time, we have about 155 members, many of which are retired folks and people on fixed income from the city of Hemet and some of the surrounding areas. And I became associated with the club about 10 years ago when I relocated to this area. And I've been an officer with the club for about the last 6 years. We do a lot in terms of things for the community. One of the things that we do is we have training programs out there, and we invite members. We usually mark it on social media, and we say, you know, if you want to learn to fly remote control airplanes, you can come out to our facility. We'll provide the instructors, the radio equipment, the instruction, everything you need to know, and it's all free of charge. And we get people that come out. We've had Boy Scout troops that have come out, and we've helped them earn their merit badges for being out there. We put little certificates together, and that worked out really well. We've done things with the schools. I was involved with the San Jacinto Charter Academy, their aviation group. I've been involved in that over the years, probably 4 years, which was working with kids trying to get them in aviation, and we invite them out to our field to participate in activities. We also had some discussions with one of the elementary schools in Hemet regarding their STEM programs and the ways that we could help out. And nothing came of that, but we are very open to participating in schools in that way. We do an annual toy drive. We've been invited to do demonstrations of remote control flying at some of the local air shows, like the ones at French Valley and Marchfield. When the city has set up events at parks, we've been there. We've put out booths and brought all our aircraft, and people find them really interesting. And we just try and be very friendly and inviting to the community. I enjoy particularly working with grandparents and parents and kids, because I feel like I'm creating an activity that they can do and enjoy together, which is just so important to have that interaction between adults and youth. We have national competitions that are sanctioned by the AMA, which I mentioned previously, and we get pilots from all over Southern California, Arizona, some from Nevada, and some as far up as Sacramento. And those people come, they stay on our property. They, some of them stay in hotels in the local area, and they buy food, and we work out deals with the local, some of the local hotels to get them some kind of a deal. So that's pretty much it. Our runway has been in place for a long time. It's about 600 feet by 40 feet, and it costs a lot of money, and we have to spend regularly, and we hire contractors from the local area to come out and help us slurry the field and repair cracks, and that costs us a lot of money. And if we have to close our field down, we don't have the money to replace that runway. We've got a very nice shade structure with tables under it for people to work on their planes. We don't have the money to pay for that. So thank you very much for your time and attention.
Okay, next speaker is Shaul Rossenroger. And we did just get an individual who did donate their time to Mr. Rossenroger. So you have 6 minutes, sir.
Thank
6
you.
minutes.
Mayor, council members, I want to thank you in advance for your service to the city. I know these evenings are long and hard decisions. Before I start, I just want to point out that Mr. Richard Locasso, a retired environmental engineer, have researched the traffic impacts of the Hemet warehouses, proposed warehouses, and sent it in a letter to the State Attorney General, and you should have a copy of his assessment in your inbox. It's really interesting. He addresses the traffic accidents. So sitting here tonight are many seniors who are concerned with the effects of the warehouse's truck traffic on their health, on their safety, and on the value of their biggest investment, their homes. Also, here are union workers, hardworking men and women, here representing their economic interests, which is the continuation of warehouse construction anywhere, regardless of the cost. We're not against building warehouses. We just think that it doesn't make sense to build them in Hemet. What about warehouse workers union? Are there anybody warehouse workers union? No, that's right, because there aren't any warehouse workers unions. I want to point that it's been 6 months since the Planning Commission denied this project 5-0. And again, we were not part of the discussion. It sounds like some people got an advance notice, but for us, all this is news. And I think that if you bring new information, there needs to be a new environmental impact study, or at least put it out there where the public can see it. You gave unlimited time to Newland Capital, the same company that managed to build the Kirby warehouse right next to a residential neighborhood and very close to the city's most well-used park, showing that they put no value on the health and well-being of residents. We learned that Newland does not understand or willing to address the poisonous emissions from trucks, which will make people sick. Kids playing outside, adults with chronic health issues. We learned that they don't address the traffic issue, which will affect the commuter roads all through the valley and all the way to the freeways, roads that are already maxed out and will get more congestion as more housing is built in Menifee, French Valley, Hemet, San Jacinto. Newland gave you a long list of architectural details, fascinating, trees, walls, a stunning presentation. One thing we did not see in all those pictures are the trucks. Where are the trucks? We are requesting that you give residents equal opportunity to present the problems that are inherent to this project. We could give you beautiful pictures of the architectural details of homes in Solera Diamond Valley, homes that are becoming available as their owners try to sell them now before potential buyers experience the traffic. We'll give you recorded testimony from parents who live near warehouses and the reality of raising kids with asthma. But I want to commend Newland on the detailed economic impact. They left out some important economic drivers like increase in hospital visits and the treatment of myriad health conditions that will require extensive care. All good green dollars going into the local economy. I'm not clear about the terms though. When a chronically ill senior can't breathe and gets medical treatment, is it direct, indirect, or what was the other kind of impact? I forget. I think it's pretty direct. Their home value study, again, was not available for scrutiny, and it sounds pretty bogus, but we don't know. Newland wants you to make a quick decision here before hundreds of trucks start clogging our streets and the community from their first warehouse. They want you to make a quick decision before the tariffs impact the need for warehouses. Remember that this warehouse is just a real estate investment, and then they just want it built and they get paid. The rest is for us to deal with for generations. And I encourage you to think about your legacy in this community. And I hope it's not another warehouse. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Mitzi Carver, followed by Krista Mason. Mitzi Carver.
Taller person. Thank you, council members and city officials, for giving us this time to speak with you. I'm here again because I'm feeling the information that we have been getting tonight goes completely against what your UCR experts told us in December. And I really don't see that things have been mitigated enough for me. First of all, the situation of pollution from the diesel fumes and the noise, I don't believe that that will be addressed unless they want to go completely electric. And I'm glad to hear there are electric charging stations, but I'm suspecting they're for cars and not for their trucks. Second, the congestion. Again, that's going to be, I was on the corner of Simpson and Warren last Friday, and just with the Friday traffic and a few trucks coming by, it was ear-shattering. So I do think there will be congestion and there will be noise. Again, then the question of road repair, with those trucks coming through, we know the damage it's going to cause. And as a good neighbor policy, I would be hoping that there would be yearly road repair, not just a one shot at it, but a continuous. Those trucks are coming continuously if they're there. So those roads are going to be needing continuous repair. And our city's working very hard to do those road repairs, and I appreciate all of it, but it would be extremely more difficult to try and keep up with the truck damage. And as far as jobs, that was another concern. First of all, where's Costco, T-Max, Target, and Walmart to promise that they're going to be in these warehouses? I'm very concerned about that. And just with the tariffs coming, I'm also very concerned about the economy with warehouses. And as according to the Orange County Register for the December quarter, they were finding there were 18 million square feet of empty space of warehouses in the Inland Empire. And that's up from a 1.2% to a 3% vacancy rate. The U.S. Bureau of Labor and Statistics is stating that warehousing and storage jobs in the Inland Empire shrank for the first time in more than 2 decades. The industrial building vacancies are up and rents are down. Logistic businesses are cutting back due to decline in freight volume. And once again, I bring your mind that the whole point of where we are right now with tariffs scares me very much on how much of that freight will continue to decline. So I do not feel the warehouses are the way we need to go. But I do feel that if you see a problem, you also have to offer a solution. So for me, I would like us to look at Hemet to be that destination place, that oasis away from warehouses, away from the freeways and all of those crazy things. That's why most of us came here, I think. We have a good, beautiful agrarian valley. Our soil is beautiful. I would love to see us doing more of our own sustaining, that it's from farm to table. So let's
Thank
go
you, ma'am.
with beautiful Hemet. Thank you.
Ms. Krista Mason. The next speaker is Thomas Schneider.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, city staff, council members, and most importantly, I want to greet the planning staff because they did a great job at working on this project. Being a planner can be a difficult task. I'm a planner, so I know all about that. What I want to point out here tonight is that I don't want to be redundant, but I want to point out a few facts. Number one, in planning school, we're taught that if a general plan amendment or a change of zone comes across your desk, it better be for a good reason. There better be a compelling reason for the city council or for a hearing body to change that zone or to amend that general plan. The general plan in our area did not contemplate this change. It did not contemplate these mega million-square-foot warehouses. What it envisioned was walkable communities, open space, and a range of residential uses. It did not contemplate a large, high-cube building such as this. What I want to point out is that once you make this decision, the next decision will be dictated by what we put there. What is the vision for our community? What are we looking to do? How do we want to change? Hemet has a challenged reputation, and I believe that if we do approve this warehouse, we will continue to move forward in that direction, and that concerns me. As you can see here, the residents that are here are experts in their field. They have provided a lot of testimony against opposition with compelling reasons of why we shouldn't approve this project. By rezoning this area or changing a general plan amendment, we lose the opportunity to grow strategically and gradually build towards a well thought out future. We are reinforcing the misconception of Hemet, and I thought our goal was to rebrand us and to come up with a new vision for our future. We've been educated about the consequences of warehouse developments, and the data shows that we don't want to move in that direction. In-migration into Hemet is showing that we need high-paying professional jobs within the city with support services for that, such as medical, dental, educational. We can be more creative about the types of jobs that we bring to our city. This is an easy fix in the manner that we can be more creative and strategic about the development in our city. As the elected officials, you are entrusted with representing your constituents, and the people have spoken. We don't want this. By voting no on this project, you are voting yes on strategic, smart development, and you're thinking about the future of our valley.
Thank you, Ms. Mason. Thomas Schneider. The next speaker is Kathy Caraher.
Good evening, Council. I had planned to talk about a whole different set of facts until I showed up here and saw what was going on. I'm a retired attorney. I did bankruptcy work, and I did work on foreclosures, flipping houses, removing liens was the main part of my business. This warehouse doesn't belong here. Your planning commission gave you a 5-0 indication that it doesn't belong here. I would be appalled if you didn't follow the planning commission. A couple of facts that I'm going to give you. First of all, from my son, who's the San Bernardino County fireman chief. He works in Fontana. Do you know what the #1 call is in the wintertime in Fontana for fire? Warehouse. Started by who? Homeless people. They move into the warehouse. They cut the locks. They start a fire to stay warm. We don't want that here. And As an attorney, I'm reminded of an old saying here after watching the presentation from these gentlemen that figures don't lie, but liars can figure. I did a quick analysis on the salary that they claimed that these people were going to make, which we all know is not true. A warehouse worker making $65,000 a year. They pay 20% in taxes. That gives them $52,000 a year to spend, which equals out to $4,333 a month. Now, if you're going to buy a house, you can only spend 30% of that on a house, which gives them a whopping $1,330 to spend on a house, which equates to a house of value $225,000. Now, I know Hemet's a depressed area in some areas, but $225,000 is not a house that they can afford. So these jobs aren't going to come from people that live here that have to pay for housing and live here. They're coming from out of the area. And this is not a living wage that they're going to give us. I also have a friend who has a boat business who moved it to Menifee. I also own property in Menifee. I went to visit him yesterday. His business is right next to two brand new warehouses between Marietta and Menifee. Guess what? They're brand new, they're complete, they're not occupied. I'm not impressed with this company they're talking about that's going to be coming out here. Oh, our flagship is a 1,000 square foot building in Rialto. If that's your flagship, I'm sorry. You're not going to be able to keep two full warehouses going. Thank you.
Next speaker, Kathy Caraher, followed by Karen Stepp.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My hope is that you'll hear my concerns. Over my career, I have traveled the world, traveling to and over many of the world's major cities. Air pollution has a way of showing its ugly face, especially from the altitude of an airplane. On a recent flight over the Inland Empire, I was saddened to see that air pollution totally obliterated my view of the ground on a wide swath of land along the 215 corridor. Thanks to the small range of mountains aligned north and south on the western edge of Hemet, I could see our wonderful city clear as a bell. We are fortunate to live in this wonderful valley surrounded by protective mountains that keep the Inland Empire 215 area pollution out. However, this project, along with other mega warehouses planned in Hemet and San Jacinto, will contribute to make this valley become as polluted as the 215 corridor. As our city council, you are planning a $95,000 image makeover for our city. With this particular mega warehouse in this particular area, you will not improve our image. As visitors, future buyers, and investors coming to this city, the first thing they will see is this oversized structure in the middle of rich farmland, beautiful mountains, blue sky, and residential homes. They will then experience the fear that the residents of my community and all the neighboring communities are feeling. Warren Road runs precisely along the residential homes in the southwest corner of Hemet. Residents will be competing with huge semi-trucks on a road that will take at least 5 years minimum to complete. And all the proposed truck routes, according to the signs on these maps, these roads are the exact same roads that we drive. We don't have any other alternative, and because those roads are being assigned to these trucks, they don't have any. So how are we going to put these new roads where we can get by? We constituents use them daily. These trucks have significant and unavoidable greenhouse gas emissions. This project will conflict with applicable plans, policies, and regulations that were adopted specifically for the purpose of reducing the emission of these greenhouse gases. It's your fiduciary duty as our legal and ethical representatives to act in the best interest of your residents.
Thank you, ma'am. Next speaker is Karen Stepp, followed by John Worth.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. My name is Karen Stepp. I've called Hemet home for the past 11 years. My husband and I chose this community for retirement because of its affordability, stunning vistas, and its peaceful atmosphere. We have grown to love our home, our neighbors, and the natural beauty that surrounds us. Unfortunately, the negatives of living in Hemet are beginning to outweigh the positives, and not just for us. Like many others, we're considering selling our home before property values decline further, which will result in a loss to the city's revenue because of our lower assessed values. You heard so many good, and you will hear so many good reasons tonight why residents oppose placing warehouses in residential neighborhoods. I wish I could stand here and say everything that they said. I can, but I would like to bring up one more issue that I don't feel has been discussed. Over 51% of Hemet's population is either under 18 or over the age of 65. Groups unlikely to benefit from warehouse employment. As a retiree, my concerns go beyond the short term. I care deeply about the long-term future of this valley for our children, our grandchildren, and our neighbors who make up tomorrow's workforce. Our world is rapidly evolving. Globalization, technology, and shifting social norms have opened new doors for the next generation. Young people today must be equipped with creativity, adaptability, and global awareness, not confined to back-breaking local warehouse jobs that fail to reflect the opportunity of the future. Socioeconomic inequality still restricts access to education, healthcare, and stable employment. These disparities create cycles of disadvantage. As city leaders, you have a duty to break these cycles, to foster equity, opportunity, and a forward-thinking community. Councilman Males, I appreciate your response to my recent letter. In your response, you stated that we don't have to choose between today's needs and tomorrow's vision, that we can do both with the right planning. I agree. But the evidence before me today is not visionary. The influx of car washes, fast food restaurants, coffee shops, and now warehouses occupying every spare lot is not progress. That is simply just settling. Let us work together to build a city where our workers won't need to commute 2 hours to find a good job, where they have access to higher education, quality health care, clean air, and our inspiring landscapes. Please live up to the leadership you aspire to and choose a better path forward.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Next speaker is John Worth, followed by Edgar Garrido Aviles.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. I'm here on kind of two hats. One as a former planning commissioner and one that sat up here to see this project and was one of the 5-0 votes against it. I am not here to support or oppose the project. I am here from more of a procedural perspective. The city is being asked to certify an EIR that identifies some significant impacts. The statement of overriding considerations was the key issue of discussion in the Planning Commission meeting. And it was a difficult reach for the commission to make that the benefits identified overrode or mitigated the impacts identified in the EIR. During the meeting, there was many items discussed, and this new set of benefits presented to council has a list of new benefits that some of which were identified or discussed in the commission meeting. It's coming here on appeal. It never got a chance to go back through the commission. I think that may be. I think we need just to be cautious as far as setting a precedent on on certification of EIRs. Now, from my other hat as a Hemet resident and having an opportunity in my civilian job to work with a lot of development, I provided the city clerk an example. I work with a lot of different large developments throughout Hemet, Paris, Menifee, and Moreno Valley. And I just think that it's important that we kind of take a more strategic approach on, we are going to have warehouses. They're important. Unless we stop ordering things online, we're going to continue to have warehouses. But we can do it smartly. I just want to read a couple points from the Menifee Valley project, which is on Highway 74. Starts off, the Menifee Valley Planned Community is designed as a foundation of wellness and provides for a sustainable balance of uses appropriate for the land that will produce substantial private investment and positive community and economic benefits. Vision is essential three main categories: business and commerce, residential master plan, open space, parks, and connectivity. And the key statement is a community plan to improve lives and contribute to the local economy. Our master plan creates a welcoming and innovative community by investing in a healthy balance of commerce, housing, parks, and open space. We are hopeful that when this plan is built, it will improve the quality of life for families who live here, the local workforce, the broader community, and future visitors. The general plan amendment that is being proposed is taking up 30% of the annexed area.
Thank you, sir.
I think that I'll stop there. But please, I also want to, if I can, drop this off.
You can give it to the city clerk, and we'll pass it out to the council. Mr. Edgar Avalos, followed by Joe Wood.
Okay, good evening. Did you notice the parking lot is full and normally is not? Why? Because these people are not even from here. They don't care. They're just gonna build and move on to their natural homes in the cities and leave us here with a mess to deal with the trucks and homeless and all the pollution that they're gonna create. For Rialto Pacific, there's a bunch of warehouses empty by the 60 and the 215, so you should take a look at them instead of coming all the way here, 12 miles away from the freeway. Come on. Fixes 2 miles of synchronization, and what about beyond the 2 miles? All your trucks are going to take 2 routes to the main freeways, which is 215 and the 60. They're gonna take the 74 or the Planet 79 that is not even started to build. I don't see machinery moving dirt yet, so I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. And the trail next to the trucks, thank you. I don't think so. The Hemet sign, don't worry about the Hemet sign. The warehouse will be the Hemet sign, so you need to modify that thing. You need to modify that thing and put the warehouse there. Just get rid of the middle and just have to put the warehouse there. Just, to match up the view. Plus, we are letting go valuable land that in the future can be used for housing. Why all the builders are building homes here? Because they can in the cities. So people that want a house, they will have to come here like I did. Because I live in San Diego for 12 years, in downtown San Diego. Why? Because that's the only place that I could find a house in a lot. And all those homes by the 74 is the same thing. People is gonna move in. The Metrolink is gonna come. You're going to bring people with the Metrolink to Hemet that can live in homes by our project, but our community. Plus, they say they reach out. Just to let you know, to whoever talk about it, there's a community called Saddle Point where I live, and nobody talked to us. And we are not on the 27 people that they include in their study. And plus, like they said, nobody talks about the trucks going in 2 way roads to Winchester or to the 74. That's it. That's it. For now, that's it. How many years is it going to take for the city to build a new road?
Thank you, sir.
I don't know.
Next speaker is Joe Wood. Is Miss Victoria Wood, are you in attendance? Okay, it looks like I have a note here that Miss Victoria Wood has yielded 3 minutes to you, sir, so you have 6 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, City Council. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to present our feelings about the Simpson warehouse. I also appreciate you looking attentive. It's going to be a long evening for you. I'm submitting the request to you and the City Council to reject the proposed mega warehouse at Simpson and Warren Road. As the Council is keenly aware, there has been numerous presentations by the citizens of Hemet in opposition to the project, not because we're against warehouses in general, but because it's because of where you're proposing to put this warehouse. There's been numerous studies regarding the harmful effects of building large warehouses in close proximity to residential areas, as well as certain damages caused by the surrounding infrastructure, i.e. roads and sensitive agricultural areas. I won't reiterate the hard work that Professor Reese did and presented to the council a few months ago, but I feel that her comments hold true. They haven't changed. One thing that's interesting is that there's currently over 1 billion square feet of warehouse space in California. Right now, that was as of 2022. Just in the last 3 years, the proposed, approved, or under construction of new warehouses is another 1 billion square feet, 97.6 million square feet of warehouse space. We have reached almost a saturation point with all of this logistic warehouse. You know, people have mentioned the tariffs and what effect they might have on the continued success of all these mega warehouses. I know that there's a growing dependence on warehouse storage and distribution needs. However, Hemet seems to be investing in the past as opposed to investing in the future. I think that what our citizens really need and deserve is a planning commission and city council that would invest in the future by utilizing the land for a modern educational campus at the entrance to our city. I think that would be a step in the right direction, and it would provide opportunities for our youth and our unemployed adult citizens in the city to obtain usable skills at more than living wage and apply those here in Hemet. There's all kinds of things that could go into that campus, and I won't try and go to all of them. But they will provide higher wages and long-term employment, schools that will bring in teaching professionals and administrators of all types of trades, classes for AI, for welding, for carpentry, for construction, for hospitality, transportation, auto repair. It could be a wonderful campus and a footprint that other cities might want to copy in the future instead of just going along with these mega warehouses. One thing about, I know it's going to go quick here, but one thing about my brothers in the union here, there's been no indication that this developer is intending to be a union shop. So unless you plan on scabbing it in, I was a union contractor.
Sir, please
myself.
direct your comments to the council.
I apologize. I'd like to convey to the people behind me the sea of orange, as it is, that this developer has not committed to hiring union employees, whether they be construction workers in any trade, electrician, earthwork, whatever it may be. And I feel that that's a shame. In the state of California, there's approximately 150,000 union workers. Currently, they only work at about 10% of the jobs currently available and under construction in the state of California. 1 in 10. It's sad news for these guys sitting behind me, and I know why they're here. They get tired of the drive. I did it for 22 years. 2.5 hours on the road each way and 8 hours of working gets old in a hurry. So I empathize with that, but unfortunately, I don't think these warehouses are going to be your salvation. We talked about branding for the city, Mr. City Manager. And we've already allocated money to do that. I don't know how you're going to brand this 1.2 million square foot warehouse at one of the main entrances to our city. It's just not going to happen. My wife made a comment, close your eyes and drive down Bourne Road to Simpson. And what do you see? You see mountains. You see agricultural, acres, miles of agriculture. It's beautiful. You turn the corner, and now you got mountains to the left, mountains to the right. When they're snow covered, it's just absolutely gorgeous. I don't know how you can improve on branding our city with this warehouse. And with that, I say thank you.
Next speaker is Leonard Segal. Or Siegel. Leonard Siegel. On his way up. After that will be David Yang.
Okay. I'll try to make sure I speak into the mic here. Thank you, mayors, council members, and staff. I'm speaking against the warehouses. One thing I didn't hear them saying is that they'll pay for fixing the roads from the warehouse all the way to the city limits. Roads that will be damaging from the wear and tear, health effects, lives lost, and accidents, and so much more traffic. And it's my recollection that Hemet doesn't currently have enough money to take care of all the roads that we have right now. I propose a better way to increase jobs in Hemet is to calculate all the extra money that they didn't say this will cost, that the warehouses will cost in expenses, lost revenue, and businesses and people, they will drive away, and instead use some of that money to hire Hemet residents to promote businesses currently here in Hemet, like a tourism and other shops that are here, as well as to promote other businesses that have higher paying jobs and promote them to come here to Hemet and use some of that money for return on investment instead of the hidden costs that will happen from these huge warehouses. And jobs that hopefully cannot be replaced so easily through automation as warehouse jobs can be. And there are a lot of really great reports and information on a lot of different issues I hope that you'll take to heart and that you brought here. Thank you very much for listening to all of us. And also, just a little side note, thank you very much for the wisdom of the 10-minute break we had. Thank you. Bye.
David Yang. Followed by Melanie Moyer.
Good evening. Am I coming through? Can you hear me now? Okay. Madam Mayor, City Council members, fellow citizens, I want to talk to you this evening about these warehouses. But first, I'm been told you need to start with a joke. And so I'm going to start with a joke and ask you all a question. Do you know why we're all here? Because we're not all there. Okay, that was my joke. Anyway, I'm really against these mega warehouses.
In the mic.
Oh, I'm really against these warehouses, and I believe that part of the city of Hemet's goals for developing the city is to sustain a high quality of life and make Hemet a desirable place to live, work, and play, and retire. These warehouses won't contribute to that goal. They'll bring the pollution, they'll make people sick. They'll make people spend more money, the city spend more money on the roads. They'll create noise pollutions, and as everybody said, make the place look bad. These developers paint a rosy picture of all the benefits that come with the warehouses. But they, up until tonight, they've been very vague on what they're bringing us. And I think because they're getting worried. But still, the numbers that they're giving us don't compute. They talk about certain improvements, but they don't really talk about improvements for the surrounding areas. They're not talking about improvements that will significantly improve our quality of life. They're talking about improvements that hopefully they can sell to us so they can build these warehouses for whatever reason. Let's talk about the jobs. And yes, these warehouses are going to create a lot of jobs in the construction industry. But they'll create the jobs whether they're built on the Simpson-Warren location or somewhere where they're more appropriate. These guys will still be making money building those warehouses.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. I have one thing. If you will give me 30 seconds, I want to tell you how big these warehouses are. Do you know how large a 737 is? It's a big airplane. You can put 78 737s in a 1.2 million square foot warehouse, and you will still have 18 feet from the top of the airplane to the ceiling of the warehouse. Thank you.
Okay. Melanie Moyer, and then Mayor, I would just like to advise the council and the public, we still have 30 speakers left.
Oh my God. Mine is gonna be short.
You do all have 3 minutes. You don't have to use it, but we do want to hear everything that you have to say. So Ms. Moyer, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Yes, I'm Melanie Moyer. My family are the Moyers. They were Orchard. They've been here forever. My parents were both born and raised here. I'm a Page, out in Page Ranch, where Del Webb is, and I now live there. I bought a home because of its beauty. I'm not from here. I'm from Orange County, and I also have a house in Washington. I moved here because my parents retired here, and it was so beautiful, darn beautiful. All the hills and the mountains, the country, the farmland. I go to the farm and get my produce. I love Del Webb. I play tennis, and I walk around Del Webb thinking this is the most beautiful place that I can afford in Southern California. Yesterday, I was out in West Florida coming home, so where Four Seasons is, and I looked to the right to Del Webb Homes, and you can see Simpson Road. When those warehouses go in, you can't see those beautiful Seven Hills anymore. You will not be able to see them. Today I was doing my taxes on Sanderson at H&R Block. I was waiting for my husband to pick me up. I looked across at Kirby. There's those ugly warehouses. And you know, it is ugly, ugly. And you know that beautiful picture that they put with all the trees and the flowers? Isn't that beautiful? Is that going to be reality? And I am a union lover. My brother-in-law works for Boeing Union. I love that all you guys want to work, but it's going to be temporary. It's just temporary. And the other thing is, I love what Joe had to say. I was thinking the same thing. Take that land We could do grants and make it a campus where we can train young women and men to be plumbers, to be construction, to be I'm sorry, I'm a teacher, I should know these words, but electrician. I mean, make it a beautiful campus. Anyway, and also because I'm from Seattle, have you seen the Amazon warehouses? They are AI. They are AI, guys. This is real. It's really going to happen. Thank you for your time.
Judy Rice, followed by Harlow Lenning.
Thank you for letting me speak. Most of what I would say has already been said, but what I will bring up, since my house came here in 2005 and I had to go through a park closure in Dana Point, and having listened to ERs and EIRs and all that stuff and how we can make them suit the purpose. One of the things I didn't see in the ERs, maybe not, what is the earthquake tolerance to these warehouses? You know, we had, I mean, you know, let's face it, unless you're in Hemet Theater, you're in trouble in this town. The San Jacinto fault at one point caused the San Andreas to fall, to break. So we can't ignore this fault line. If you want jobs, what about, oh, excuse me. I figured my mouth is big enough. What about the Tour de California? It's a bicycle thing. You could go to Idlewild, come down here. Why would anybody, you've done your hotel tax. Why would anybody come to Hemet? We've got the Ramona Bowl. Why isn't it Coachella? We could be bringing in artists. We get 360 days of sunlight. We could have a thriving artist community here. But we've got little ones around, but we don't know it because none of us know anything that's going on until somebody tells us, or we trip over it. I care about health care. I talked to the fire marshal once, and he did admit that we have enough business that we could have a trauma center here. I came from Mission Hospital. I saw it grow from a community hospital to a regional medical center that got magnet status, and when those surveyors came in, they were so impressed they left in tears. You can't say that about this hospital. We are, what, 40 miles from we're on the edge of 3 different trauma centers. Now, if we have trucks on these highways, or streets, they're not even highways, how are we going to get there? He's already closed the maternity ward. The ICU is down. If somebody has something, how are you going to get to a facility? And most of us probably have Kaiser anyway, because we don't trust the facilities here. And that's a pretty bad shame. And I'm trying not to say scandalous things, so I won't. I can give background, but anyway. We are vulnerable here, and you're going to give up some of the best
Thank you, ma'am.
Soil in this country, in this area. Maybe we should be planting avocados.
Mr. Harlow Lenning, followed by Mark Collins. Lenning.
Hi, my name is Harlow Lenning. I am a resident of Hemet. Huh? Okay, is that better? How about that?
Yes.
Okay. Hi, as I said, my name is Harlow Lenning. I am a resident of Hemet, and the other speakers have pretty much said basically what I want. The thing that concerns me most is air quality, and unfortunately that cannot really be remedied because the particulates are too small. I have a history of lung problems on both sides of my family, and so it's something that concerns me greatly. I also don't particularly enjoy the prospect of sharing the road or with lots of diesel trucks. I don't like, dodging them or something like that. As I said, I have a small car, and it's not, those things are outweigh it by many, many, many tons. Anyway, but I also don't like the image as what they were talking about before of when you come to Hemet. All you will see is this big, huge building. I mean, these things are 1 million square feet, over 1 million square feet. That's insane. I know we need the jobs, but there's got to be a better way. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mark Collins, followed by James Austin.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, council members. My name is Mark Collins, resident here for 12 years. I'm raising 4 children in the city. I'd just like to say that I'm opposed to the project, and I think my fellow citizens have beaten this horse enough, but please do us all a favor and deny the project. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Collins. James Austin. James Austin. Next speaker is Hillary Ross. Next speaker is Natasha. She spoke on the... After Natasha, we have Sharon Larson.
Good evening. I'm just. Oh, wait, what? Oh, closer. Okay. Good evening. Pull it towards you. Oh, okay. I'm just going to say, being opposed to this project, and in support of all the other points that everybody has made already regarding opposing the project. So I'm not going to repeat all the good points made. But I do want to be clear in that the picture behind you is what Hemet is, what Hemet has been, and yeah, to be able to bring in huge warehouses, you will have to change that picture. We stand for one of the things that I love. I've been here for 30 years. One of the things that I love about this area is the clean air. We have a really, really, really good air out here, and I know that sounds weird, but we have really, really good air quality out here. And to bring in these huge warehouses with the trucks, with the travel, the transportation, that is really going to be detrimental to the public safety and the health and the welfare, which it says it's not detrimental, but it's detrimental to the citizens and with all the traffic that it's going to bring. And so I would hope that the city would make a good decision and oppose this project and focus more on things such as the Metro Link and bringing in, just basically people that are going to be using that, and that's clean air. That's really good for the environment, that type of transportation. And yeah, that's all I have to say.
Thank you, ma'am. Sharon Larson, followed by Harriet Bruner.
Good evening, City Council and Mayor. I have lived in the Del Webb, Solera Diamond Valley for 14 years, and I'm very close to the corner of Warren and Mustang, and which means I'm very close to Simpson also. And other than the gentleman that spoke that was from Saddle Point, I don't think there's anybody that's any closer to where this warehouse is going to be. I just want to reiterate what everybody else has said, that there's so many reasons why the warehouse, the pictures look beautiful, but it's not the right place for it. We don't want it there. It's not going to be good for any of us. And I'm going to personalize it a little bit because of the amount of trucks that are going to be coming in, the noise and the pollution from these trucks. They said there wasn't going to be pollution from the warehouse, but the amount of exhaust from these trucks is definitely going to be significant. I have congestive heart failure. My husband has COPD, as do many of the people in our community, because we're senior citizens. And I urge you to vote no and don't let this warehouse come to this location. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Harriet Bruner, followed by Irene Reyes.
Okay, good evening. I am not going to repeat what's been said many times regarding dangers relative to safety and quality of life to Hemet residents living close to the proposed site of Newland Simpson project. Rather, I'd like to focus on an experience I had a few weeks ago. Driving south on Kirby, just past the currently under construction warehouse, just beyond the railroad tracks, there's posted a green sign that says park 500 feet with a rendering of a child with a soccer ball. Presumably that sign was installed at or about the same time that Mary Henley Park was opened. Perhaps it's a requirement, maybe it's just common sense. Be aware there will be families, children within the next 500 feet. How has our city government changed so dramatically that now they care so little for the health, safety, and well-being of those very same families and children that it was approved to construct a mega warehouse virtually next door to those families and children? They will deal with noise, lights, fume from idling semis, and unbelievable traffic just 500 feet away. I want that city council back, the ones who appreciated the need for keeping Hemet families safe. It is incomprehensible that anyone would vote to install a warehouse so close to homes and a park. That damage is done. It will be your legacy to our city. Do not compound this calamity by approving Newland Simpson. Please consider the unanimous no vote by your City Planning Commission and the no recommendation of Professor Ellen Reese of UCR. These developers are business people who do not live, pay taxes, or vote in Hemet. The people, or a lot of the people gathered here tonight, are the people who do live, pay taxes, and vote in Hemet. We are counting on your sense of duty to our city and your humanity to vote no on this project to stop this warehouse development. This is not how we want Hemet to be branded. And one final comment on the very, very nice presentation when they were trying to address the shortcoming about landscaping that the city the City Planning Commission had brought up. So they now show beautiful landscaping with native trees and bushes. But folks, I gotta tell you, putting those trees, which will start out as tall as I am, with this massive warehouse, it is like putting lipstick on a pig. Thank you.
Irene Reyes, followed by Dennis Young.
Good evening. My name is Irene Reyes, and I live in Hemet, and I'm opposed to the Newland Simpson project. It all comes down to the vote. My father, Guillermo Reyes, had a saying he would quote. The saying goes, vote your conscience. You all know by now how you're going to vote. You've done your homework, you've listened to the countless opinions and the rantings of the public which you serve. The election of last November is but a faint memory, and you won. You have all been elected by the voters in your designated districts over the past few years, so here we are. You are hearing most of us tonight saying how badly we do not want the Newland Simpson project in our community. We are indignant, we are passionate, and we are full of emotion at the mere thought of it and all it entails. How dare you even consider tainting our community with the monster structures you are seriously proposing to build? We cannot fathom such a venture. Think of the unsightly towers, the compromised air quality, the adverse health effects, truck traffic, overtaxed infrastructure, etc., etc., etc. You all live in Hemet too. But you still have the budget to consider, and in the eyes of most people in our society, money is always at the forefront of all things. The budget has to be managed. That's city governance. The budget takes priority before the residents and before the changing of the future of Hemet as a community folks want to live in, as opposed to a last choice because it's affordable for the first-time buyer who will leave Hemet as quickly as the equity builds, or the retiree who is on a fixed income and has to stretch those California dollars until the end. So, in order to put the budget first, your eyes get big when you consider the one-time fees the monster structures will generate. Wow, $8.5 million in project fees, a surplus fee of $250,000 at build-out, and a 5-year cumulative surplus revenue of over $1 million. 10-year cumulative annual surplus at $2 million plus, and permanent ongoing annual impact for 10 years at up to over $1 billion in revenue. The promised money. And don't forget, this city council adopted the new City of Hemet employee salary and compensation plan last October 8th. We have to continue to pay those higher, and I must say, deserved salaries every month. It's a done deal. How else will we fund them? The promised money. But if the Newland-Simpson project goes forward, it's still a risk. It all remains to be seen as to how the plan will go. Will the warehouses become empty, as so many are in the Inland Empire? Will the tenants and the businesses actually come to Hemet? Will they stay? In closing, yes, the city of Hemet will continue as a marginalized city with a city that allows the monster warehouses in their backyards. Thank you very much.
Mr. Dennis Young, followed by Jenny Hess.
Hello, Dennis Young here. Got a lot of people here in Orange, union guys. I got a great deal of respect for them. I'm 26 years paying in the union. I understand where these guys are coming from. I'm happy to pay into my union, or had. These guys are trying to do a good job, but I live here. A lot of these guys don't. We all live here. This is what matters to us. And I appreciate their work, and I appreciate the work that wants to get done, but in the end, it's who lives here that has to deal with this. That's going to end up dealing with these warehouses. I can't tell you the times I've tried to come down Sanderson or Beaumont Boulevard, Lambs Canyon, or Sanderson, whichever you want to call it. I've been stuck on that damn road for an hour and a half because of a bad light or a bad accident. That's all it's going to take. Now we're going to have more trucks, we're going to have more cars, just more traffic in general. You're looking at Florida or 74, we're looking at Dominigoni. This is all going to perpetuate in a bad way, in a single accident. It's already bad trying to get into town in the afternoon. It's already bad trying to get out in the morning. And now with another several thousand trucks, it's unacceptable, it's unsustainable. For somebody like myself, I've been here 7 years, and I've loved this city. I love the open air, I love seeing the mountains. One thing I don't want to see is warehouses. It's just not sustainable for us. That's not why we move here. We want to make it a better place for all of us. So, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Jenny Hess, followed by Mallory Kremen.
Hello again. I actually was not decided on this when I showed up tonight. I was going to be the person who's objective. That has since changed over the past hour and a half, and if you are on the fence like me, I hope you're in the same boat and it's a no. I come from a union family, totally respect our visitors here tonight conducting their union business to support their better opportunities. I think that most of this room shares a lot of values and morals with that particular group, and I would encourage likewise to appreciate where we're coming from, probably the same of you protecting our seniors, our quality of life, our small business, wherever it is that you live. And I would recommend you take that back to your union leadership and talk to them about who's going to be working inside of these warehouses should they go through. So I came to talk about requesting that the developer was accountable for whatever plan if it got approved so that we can travel safely and timely and retain our quality of life, to ensure that we can drive past the Hemet Hospital to go get real medical care in Murrieta or Temecula. I passed Hemet Hospital actively having a stroke to avoid going there, so I feel very strongly about that for our community. So I think I'll just go ahead and switch over to what now became my subjective point of view. So subjectively, we're going to have maybe a couple benefits here. We talked about no doubt that jobs would come into play. The problem is that the type of salaries that we're talking about, which everyone has discussed, is going to increase the number of dollar and bargain stores that we have, and not actual income per capita or bring any benefits, educational reimbursement to the staff, which is probably going to be AI over the next couple of years. So that's like a total non-factor, and I hope that the council got that from all the speakers tonight. The other thing I want to talk about is the attitude of the developers tonight. We're a small town, we're not a stupid town, okay? So love your suits and your professionalism. I have all that at home too in my closet. I work from home now. I should be in sweats right now. That's my comfort zone now. But anyways, $50,000 in donations. Yeah, it's better than a poke in the eye, but it's paltry and insulting, to be honest with you. And please don't patronize on conversations about how this will help our drug problem and our homeless. That was super insulting.
Please address the council.
Okay. That's my opinion to the council of what happened tonight. We didn't hear anything about long-term contributions. We heard a lot about reports, and I respect the people who generate reports, but I can go get a report that says my F450 diesel is great for the environment. So I invite you to possibly have other people look at those reports and really dig into them. We can all prove whatever point that we are looking to prove.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, and I hope that you vote no.
Mallory Kremen, followed by Carrie Armstrong.
Good evening, Council. Thank you for all you do. I'm Mallory Kremen, and I just wanted to bring one point home. We are 12 to 15 miles from the freeway. Truck traffic, when it's within 4 miles of a freeway, when it's longer than 4 miles from a freeway, goes up. The accidents goes up as it goes further than 4 miles from the freeway. So accidents and pollution in our valley, we're too far from the freeway. That's just number one. We should not have it here. We are too far. We're going to be the one place they don't want to be because it's so far from the freeway. So that's my, thank you very much. Keep it short.
Thank you, ma'am. Carrie Armstrong. We are. I'm not seeing her. We can move on to Salvador Amasquita.
Good evening. How's it going? My name is Salvador Amezquita. I'm a representative with the Western States Regional Council of Carpenters. And I have to say, after listening to all that, it's kind of tough coming up here and trying to, talk about our side of the story. At least they're very kind the way they speak about unions. I appreciate that. So I actually represent about 13,000 members here in the Inland Empire, about 500 of which live in Hemet, and a couple, I think about 300 of them live in San Jacinto, so we're very familiar with the folks in this area. And I just wanted to touch on, we have a career connection program here at Talkowitz High School, and we're very involved in bringing basically the next generation of apprentices into our state accredited program. Now, a project like this is something that we would love to bring, basically because 40% of our apprentices, they have to travel out into Orange County, Los Angeles, San Diego, day in, day out. This is a union town, believe it or not. The majority of the folks working for the unions here, they leave here well before the sun comes up, and they're not getting back home well until after the sun goes down. So a project like this is a great opportunity to keep them close to home, to encourage them to stay and make a career out of a union carpenter career out of here in Hemet, really. So we're here hoping that you will approve this project and give some of our guys the opportunity to work and live here in Hemet. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mayor, I did note that it is almost 10 p.m. Under the City Council's rules of procedure, it would be appropriate to get a motion to continue past 10 p.m.
May I get a motion for going past 10?
You don't want me to do my usual? I'll make a motion to go past 10 o'clock.
Do I have a second?
Go ahead.
I'll second it.
City Clerk, may we have a vote?
Thank you, Mayor. I have a motion by Councilmember Krupa, second by Councilmember Lodge to extend the meeting past 10 p.m. Do a roll call. Councilmember Krupa.
Yes.
Councilmember Lodge.
Yes.
Councilmember Males.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Kendrick.
Yes.
Mayor Peterson.
Yes.
That motion passes 5-0.
Next speaker is Julio Flores, followed by Daniel Gonzalez.
All right, good evening, Mayor, council members. My name is Julio Flores. I'm also a representative for the Western States Regional Council of Carpenters, which we do represent 5,000 here in Riverside County, about 500 of those that live in Hemet. You know, we did have a lot of the our members, residents here from Hemet that were here earlier. Obviously, the meeting went a little longer than expected, so a lot of them had to leave and go home and try to get some sleep. Most of them do have to commute to Los Angeles, Orange County to go to work, so it's unfortunate. But wish you would have got the opportunity to hear their side of the story. So I do want to share my experience with you guys regarding Tackwitz High School. I know Mesquita mentioned it, but I've had the opportunity to work with Mr. Jack Scott. He's the construction teacher out there for their career technical education program. I've worked with them for over 5 years. I've had the opportunity to assist many of the students to find a career pathway into the Carpenters Union. Many of them who were actually here as well, and they were going to get up to speak. But it's developers like these, like the ones we have here today. It's those kind of developers who are going to help and assist and put some of these students to work. Their commitment to use responsible contractors it's huge. It's a huge commitment. It's something that definitely goes a long way. And I know a lot of people keep saying that it's temporary jobs. You know what? For us construction workers, those temporary jobs go a long way, because at the end of the day, 30 years of those temporary jobs, it's what contributes to our pension. It's what helps us have the opportunity to one day retire with some dignity. So hopefully you guys do consider moving forward with this project. Thank you.
Daniel Gonzalez. Manny Jimenez. Matthew Mincha. Yeah, we got one.
Good evening, Council. My name is Manny Jimenez. I am the Executive Director for Receiving for Rialto Distribution, and I support this project in Hemet. In my role, I oversee receiving processes and the second shift for the entire company. I've been employed with Rialto Distribution for almost 11 years now, and I genuinely enjoy my job. I started working second shift as a receiving clerk, provided ideas on getting processes set up, which set me up on a receiving manager role. Shortly after, we opened up other locations, and a year after I was promoted to executive, which gave me receiving for both coasts to oversee. This shows how much the hard work doesn't get overseen. The work atmosphere is fantastic, and I always enjoy looking forward to going to work. We have an amazing team, and we're always looking to build an even stronger team to ensure our collective success as a company and as employees. With multiple shifts, we can offer a variety of positions ranging from general labor to supervisors and managers. As the company grows, everyone is constantly involved and available, which gives everyone a sense of comfort that's incredibly important. We thrive on established processes to make sure everybody is set up for success. I hope this information helps in getting this project completed. We look forward to providing jobs for this great company that continues to grow so that more people can join us on this incredible ride. Thank you all for your time.
Thank you, sir. Matthew, followed by Joey Hartman.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Matthew Menchaca. I am one of the directors at Rialto Distribution, the company that's going to be occupying the building. I've worked for them now for going on 8 years. I started off as a warehouse manager in one of our buildings in Fontana. I was then quickly promoted 2 years later to an operations manager role in Mariloma. And from there, I was promoted to director of operations in 2022. Ever since then, I've been helping oversee multiple buildings and projects from West Coast to East Coast, and hopefully moving into Hemet. My time at Rialto Distribution has allowed me to expand my professional career, being able to take on opportunities that I may have never thought that I can do myself. The team has shown that they are willing to trust their employees and give them opportunities to move up within our company. The fact that I was able to excel in from a warehouse manager to a director of operations in our company shows that in a short time we can build, and we can also bring those opportunities to Hemet. That was pretty much it. But just to set the record straight, our flagship is 1.1 million square feet. Kind of hard to get 600 employees into 1,000. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Joey Hartman, followed by Rafi Merle.
Good evening, Council. My name is Joey Hartman. I'm an operations coordinator for Rialto Distribution, and I'm here today to show my support for this project. I've been with the company for more than 4 years and currently oversee multiple buildings, handling any issues on the properties that require immediate attention. I want to point out that from a repair standpoint, we are always looking to hire contractors and businesses that are close by, so that that is an additional benefit to having a project of this size in such a community. As well, I closely work with both our operations and human resources teams to help ensure that our facilities remain safe, secure, and fully compliant with the state regulations. I want to point out, as per our commitment to sustainability, Rialto Distribution has aligned itself with California's Warehouse Actions and Investments to Reduce Emissions, which is the WARE program, which aims to reduce truck-related emissions at warehouses sites. I've heard a lot about the trucks. In support of this, we've implemented not only the electric car chargers that we're installing in this that we plan to install on this property, but also electric trucks that operate on our property, which we currently have in Rialto, and we plan on doing here as well. Electric trucks to operate all our container movements on our properties, and have encouraged our drayage partners to use natural gas powered trucks, an approach already in use by companies like FedEx, UPS, and Amazon, which currently show up to our buildings in such vehicles, in such type vehicles. I truly enjoy being part of such a talented team and forward-thinking team, and I'm excited about the opportunities for continued growth. I'm also a proud volunteer with the Community Food Pantry program. That's also something our company supports, and I'm grateful for the diverse work environment that has allowed me to learn from so many different cultures and family traditions that I see every day in the warehouse. Over the years, I've seen this company create meaningful job opportunities for many people, and I'm confident it'll bring the same kind of positive impact to the Hemet area, benefiting both the community and benefiting both the city and the local community. Thank you for allowing me to share.
Thank you, sir. Rafi Murr, followed by Yvette Madrigal.
Good evening, Council.
They say they save the best for last, so thank you. My name is Rafi Merle. I've been fortunate enough to be an employee at Rialto Distribution for over 3 years now. However, my experience in the warehouse industry spans over 20 years, and I must honestly say Rialto has been an amazing place to work. The work environment here is truly special. It's friendly, calm, and collaborative, which has made every day enjoyable and productive. I started my journey at Rialto managing one building. Before I knew it, I was promoted to operations management, a role I never managed, I would be entrusted with. The faith my superiors placed in me and their belief in my potential meant the world to me. I am so grateful for the opportunity to step into a position that has helped me grow both personally and professionally. What's made working at Rialto even more rewarding is a chance to work alongside incredible people. I have made lifelong friends and forged strong relationships with my coworkers. Together, we have built an environment that fosters success, camaraderie, and mutual respect. I am incredibly grateful for the trust that Rialto has shown in me and for the opportunities it has provided. Working here has not only allowed me to excel in my work, but it also has made me proud to be part of an incredible company. Thank you for your time.
Yvette Madrigal. Mauro Vallejo.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Mauro Villegas. I've been living in Hemet for 25 years. And out of those 25 years, I've been wishing I could work in Hemet for all that time. Not once I've been hired for any of the projects that the city has. So really, whether you're gonna construct it or not, make local hiring, the people that work in the union, the people that actually bring money, because we don't get paid warehouse wages, we make good money. We would love to you to spend that money on us, and we can spend it in Hemet. A lot of us, like they already repeated, they go out, we go out every day, 4 o'clock in the morning, spend $60 on gas every day to go to work out of the city. I would like to spend those $60 every day working here. So, just please, you got a lot of city works, schools, city projects where there's construction that we can work on. Make hiring locals a priority. If you don't know how to do it, I just came from 10 years in San Francisco. 50% of all their workers that work in the construction, they're from the city. That nobody gets a bid or approved if they don't hire from the city 50% of their employees. Do that for here. We were really glad. Thank you.
Rafael Benitez, followed by Royale Frazier.
Good evening. My name is Rafael Benitez, and I'll keep it pretty simple. I've been in logistics for 20 years now. I started very young. I worked my way up from the bottom all the way up. I worked for Rialto for a little over 9 years now, and again, I started from the bottom. They entrusted me little by little from a small overflow building to our back then headquarters in the city of La Mirada. Then I've been a director of operations for over 4 years at our flagship building in Rialto, which is, I think Matthew said it right, 1.1 million square feet building. I want to say that I think everybody has valid points and concerns, but I want to take and acknowledge something that I think the reason for our success is that we promote from within. Local people that we can trust, that we show, just like they showed us, and we trust them with the responsibility, and we actually gain from their growth, and actually benefits them, and it benefits everybody around us. I truly enjoy my work, especially here. Not every place is the same, but I do value their knowledge and their trust to me, and I do that with everybody that we train. A lot of our people are from the local city, Rialto. Most of our people are from the Inland Empire. Some of our people do drive far just because they love the job so much, and they rather have the continuity, the stableness of what we offer, And that is the main reason we're successful. So, and I just want to say thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Royal Fraser, followed by Diana Cerrone.
Good evening. My name is Royal Fraser. As a 22-year resident of the Banning Pass area, I'm here to express my strong support for the Simpson project. I am the office manager at Rialto Distribution, where I lead a team of 12 customer service representatives in managing our customers' daily needs. I have been with Rialto Distribution for 5 years. When I initially joined Rialto, after 11-year tenure managing a warehouse that closed due to the COVID-19 pandemic, starting over as a CSR. With hard work, I promoted to office manager within a year. With nearly 30 years experience in logistics and warehousing industry across 5 companies. I value Rialto Distribution's commitment to internal support and training. Thanks to the opportunities within this industry, as a single parent, both my daughters, Banning High alumni, were able to attend college. One at UCLA and the other UC Berkeley. I am grateful for Rialto Distribution and the opportunities they've given me as a Pass area resident. And I am confident in the Simpson project will afford similar opportunities for our community. Thank you for your time.
Diana Cerrone. Andrew Mayorga. Followed by Jose Radillo.
Good evening. My name is Andrew Mayorga. I'm a member of La Una. Yes, I'll be honest, I do not live in the area, but we do represent members that do live in the area. Most of them, again, left because they do have to go to work. We support this project because the developer is going to invest in us and our community that are members that live here. They're not going to erode, I think that was a term used earlier, our community. They're going to invest in it. It's almost hard to sit here and listen to some of these comments that are being made, particularly about warehouse workers. When you hear these people that actually live it every day and the success stories that they bring to our community, it falls on deaf ears sometimes, and I think emotions get involved. We hear a lot of comments right now about, well, the developer doesn't need to build a warehouse. I guarantee you if this developer was building this monstrosity apartment complex in the same location, I guarantee you these same residents would say, we don't need it. We don't want to build this monster building in this location that's going to disturb whatever it is they have. And I get that, but also it comes with change. Investors invest in the future. These gentlemen, their team, have invested in this community for years now to get to this point. And if we're going to sit here and say that a warehouse isn't needed, well, I don't think that's fair, because these men and women in their company have taken the time to put a plan together that's going to impact everybody. They're going to impact us as workers. We want to build it. We don't have the opportunities like most of us have to go to work every day and collect a check that's guaranteed 40 hours. We don't have that. We don't have the opportunity to have investors, developers come to the trades and want to build a union every time. Because if that was true, 90% of the work in this country, 90% of the work done in this community would be built union daily. We wouldn't need to be here because we would know it would be done. But yet we're here for hours, sitting here with our members, trying to get this project approved just to better our lives. Lives that you will never meet, children you'll never meet, ones that want to play at the park next to the potential warehouse that probably our members live by. It's not just about building a building. It's lives, it's careers, it's the medical benefits that go into this. Yes, we're short term, but like the gentleman said, short term turns into long term. We don't know. We can't assume what tomorrow is going to bring, even though a lot of assumptions are made here tonight, and there has been quite a few of them by the residents. And I get it. They want to paint this picture of fear amongst themselves. They want to put it out in the community and spread it. 100%, I get it. But it's not fair for the rest of us that we have to live the struggles we live. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Jose Rodillo, followed by Efren Lopez.
Good evening, Mayor, Madam Mayor, City Council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Jose Rodillo. I am a member of La Yuna. In 1999, I was reintroduced into society, lacking formal training and direction. I struggled to find my place, my niche in a world that felt foreign to me. It was overwhelming, and with a family of 3 boys to support, life presented its challenges. It was in 2003, during these difficult times, that I decided to join the apprenticeship program La Yuna has. The apprenticeship program allowed me to obtain the vital skills needed to succeed in today's modern economy, society. This apprenticeship program bridges the gap between poverty and middle class. It helps break the cycle of recidivism, a disadvantage. And today I stand proudly to say that my 2 oldest sons, they're following in my footsteps. My oldest just graduated from the apprenticeship program. He is a skilled, trained, certified worker. And my youngest is going to the same apprenticeship program currently right now. And that is just a testament to the hard work and dedication that we, as a family together, that we strive. And I want to thank developers like we have today for their commitment and unwavering support for utilizing union contractors. It gives us the opportunity to succeed in life, for a better life. We just don't build the developers just don't build buildings. They build family strength. Together we move forward. And with that, I just want to say thank you for just hearing me out, and I implore you to support this project also. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Efren Lopez, followed by Jose Garcia.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and all council members. My name is Efrain Lopez. I am a member of La Yuna, the Labor's International Union of North America, and I'm here in full support of the applicant Newland Capital Group and the Newland Simpson project. Project like this, where our members can work on and get paid a dignified wage and benefit plan so they can support their family, if approved. It will give the ability to work close to home and spend quality time with our family, rather spending countless hours on the freeway, traveling from job to job. So please consider my request and approve this project. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Jose Garcia, followed by Jonathan Daly.
Honorable Council, Pro Tem Mayor, thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name's Jose Garcia. I'm a 34-year La Yuna member. I just want to make some things clear. When people say that these are temporary jobs, for the last 34 years, they've been temporary for me. I have to get 1,200 hours to support my family and not be a burden on public services, anything else. I've been supporting my family through my back and sweat. It hasn't been given to me. As a matter of fact, last year, because of developers like this that engage with union contractors, I needed an operation. Didn't expect it at the end of my life because they say an appendix is for young men, so I'll take it with that. I had an operation. It didn't burden me any because I had the hours for my insurance to cover it. Unfortunately, I come tonight with a fractured back because of the importance for you to hear this, okay? because we don't lean on anybody else. It's our hard work. We are skilled people. We are the people that build the roads to keep all our residents safe. We build the hospitals. We build the schools. Unfortunately, we have to build what comes our way because that's the life we chose. And it's not an easy life. It's not an easy life. We wake up early, we go to bed late. You can imagine, I cannot drive on any kind of pain medication right now. This happened on March 14th. I am fresh on a broken back. But it is so important to relay the message to you that we are not a burden on society. We are very respectful people. You can tell by the way we've been sitting here, being attacked all night, and not a word from one of us. Not a word. That's the respect we hold as union members, as community members, and that's what we want to push Hemet to understand. Like the speaker said, if jobs here were available to us, we wouldn't have to come and beg. Nobody has to come and beg. Police don't have to come and beg. No teachers don't have to come and beg. Why do we? We're an important part of this community. Our members are taxpayers. We are voters. We do everything here. Please, please, we ask to please support this project. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Jonathan Daly, followed by Leon Ledo.
Well, these are getting harder to follow. My name is Jonathan Daly. I'm a proud member of LiUNA Labor's Union. I'll give my piece on it, not to repeat anything. I'm also a Marine Corps veteran. So with that, we have countless members that are also veterans, and I've had the pleasure of speaking with many of them. And it's changed my life, it's changed their life, and I love hearing those stories. They're all different in their own ways. With me getting out of the military, I didn't know what I was going to do. I found a home with LiUNA, and that's what we're here to do. We're here to support these projects. And also, I served with a lot of guys in the military that went into warehouse work as well. And it's saved lives. A lot of guys came back messed up. I'll give them that, but they were excited about it, and it kept them off the streets. So warehouse work, whatever it may be, whatever your opinion is on it, it does change lives. It saves lives. I've seen it. And I'm proud of it. And with our membership, we're here to support them and their families. I'm fortunate enough to have a stay-at-home wife with our 1.5-year-old son. And without LiUNA, I wouldn't be able to do that and projects like this. So with that, we ask you please support this. Thank you.
Thank you. Leon Ledo, followed by David Velez.
Hello, my name is Leon Ledoux, and I just want to quickly say that these are the kind of projects that are very important to my livelihood and that of my family. So if this project is passed, this is one that will be done with professional craftsmen and that are a part of this community. So we hope you approve this project because, as we've kind of said, it's nice to work close to home rather than having to travel long distances and commute out of town to support our families. So when the work is close to our homes, we're able to spend more quality time with our families and be contributing members to our communities. Thank you guys very much.
Thank you, sir. David Velez. Rick Smiles.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, City Council. My name's Rick Smiles, and I'm here on behalf of the Southern California District Council of Laborers and Laborers Local 1184. I'm here in strong support of the Newland-Simpson project. In these uncertain times, there are many things that are greatly needed. Jobs, economic benefits, and improvements for the city. And I truly believe all jobs are important to those people trying to feed their families. So all those warehouse workers that you see that came here today before us, they need those jobs. This is their livelihoods. This is how they feed their families. This project provides those benefits, and contrary to what has been said by the opposition tonight, we will build this project union, as we represent approximately 33,000 construction craft laborers in Southern California. And many of them are your constituents. So we ask that you support this project. Thank you for your time. Thank you.
Thank you. This one's hard to read. Ryan Valeda. Last name Valeda.
I think it's Ralph Velador, and I'm sorry about that. I apologize.
Okay. Chop it.
And that's
Go ahead,
all right.
sir.
Yeah. My name's Ralph Velador, and I'm also here on behalf of our members, and especially those members that weren't here today and the ones that had to leave early. As you heard from everybody else, you know, these temporary jobs lead into full-time careers. Life's temporary, right? And people try to say that, you know, these are temporary jobs, but they're not. We build ourselves out of a job, you know, usually 10, 12 days ahead of time, sometimes in months. Jobs are scheduled for 18 months, but we're so efficient, we'll do it in 14 months. And then we have to get another one. And it's not every day that good developers like this come up and want to do things union with us. But they want to do things union with us because their ideals mirror ours. They want to make sure when they build something, they have a conscience that when they build something, that they build it not only well and to last the test of time, but they also want to make sure that the folks that are building those projects are paid good, sustainable wages with benefits. And you know, medical benefits and pension. And as my friend had said a little while ago, he's here with the broken back, and he is. But I also had surgery. I had surgery, it was back in November, and it didn't cost me anything. And it's nice, excuse me, it cost me $20. And it's nice to have your medical benefits, and you don't have to be a burden on society. And none of us are. And you know what, here's another thing. They're coming in to build in the community, and it's zero liability on the community. They're bringing in their money, their investor money in the community to invest. And we all know that every city, every county in the state of California, even the state of California, does not have the money for the infrastructure improvements that they need. How are you going to do that? And it'd be wonderful if the city owned the property and we're able to build a park, but what's the return on investment in a park? We want parks. We want places for our community to thrive. But you don't have the money for that. And it takes people that are willing to invest in the community to do that. If you want places, things to happen in your community, then you have to provide jobs. You want more restaurants to come in, you have to provide jobs. I know you folks go to conventions where they have different restaurateurs or different developers, right? And do they want to come to the community? They don't want to come to the community that doesn't have the income base to support it. In order to be able to get more tax dollars in, you have to get more people that are paying taxes, correct? And I'll tell you one thing. You can say that the jobs are bad jobs. I don't know how many folks have been out of a job. I have. And I took anything that I could in order to support my family. So with that being said, I hope you all support this project because it'll help us get to the next level and one day be retirees like these fine folks that are here today. Because that's what we want to do. We want to get to our retirement with dignity and be able to help our grandkids and our children and the future. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Mayor, that concludes the public comment slips I have. And under our rules of procedure, the applicant is allowed 5 minutes for rebuttal, if they would like it.
Mr. City Attorney, I'd like to call for the Zoom comments, if I may, and Mayor.
Absolutely.
If there's anyone on the Zoom call, now is the time to raise your hand, and we'll give you just a few moments to talk. And I do have one commenter, Anna Gonzalez. I've just unmuted you. You are live with the City Council, and you'll have 3 minutes to speak.
Thank you so much. Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, Council, staff, and community members. My name's Ana Gonzalez, and I am the Executive Director of the Center for Community Action and Environmental Justice, representing the community in opposition of this project. I'd like to also mention for the record that our policy analyst submitted a letter with concerns earlier today and would like to be entered in the record as well. Like I mentioned, we are here representing all the community members in opposition here today. We are a community-led organization that listens to community and represents them when they have concerns. First, we are offended that this warehouse was exempt from the moratorium when the city is undergoing and has recently passed an environmental justice element that is supposed to address the very issues involved with this project, pollution exposure being a big one of them. The EIR of this project is flawed since it does not properly assess or address the cumulative impacts and mitigations of GHG emissions, degradation of infrastructure, and negative impacts on the quality of life of its residents nearby. It does not provide alternatives required by CEQA as well. Also in the environmental justice element, there are two items that must be addressed: food access and preservation of culture. And with this, this is the wrong location for this project since it is a rural-like community with potential fertile soil that can be best used for food production and housing, which leads me to my next point, the housing issue. Since there are housing and residential zoning near the project, and so that is a huge concern for future development. The community needs amenities where they can shop, seek health access, and other services that this growing community needs to, not a warehouse. The California Department of Conservation submitted a letter during the EIR process addressing the loss of agricultural land. How are we replacing or conserving this precious land for food security? The AQMD also addressed concerns with pollution in regards to cumulative impacts. In respects to the community benefits package, respectfully, it is truly a joke. Good neighbors go above and beyond. The council has the right to address and ensure benefits that will positively impact the community in perpetuity, hours of operation, greater annual contributions to the city, carbon capture and tree canopy, solar panels, battery storage, and so on, intentional mitigations, local hiring. But beyond all of that, this project needs to be compatible with the community and the needs of the communities, not the developers' pockets. And so let's make sure that good neighbors are coming to the community. And most of all, council, you need to listen to your residents. Thank you for your time.
Next up, I have Vanessa. Vanessa, you are live with the City Council, and you'll have 3 minutes to address your comments to the council.
Thank you. My name is Vanessa Marnoff. I'm a resident of Saddle Point, the newly developed community where this proposed project is. And I just want to say I strongly oppose this proposed warehouse development next to my community. I just moved here last July, drawn by a promise of a growing, family-friendly neighborhood. Placing these warehouses right next to our homes feels like a complete disregard for the well-being of our current and future residents. These warehouses may promise jobs, but many of those will be low wage, and with automation rapidly advancing, they're not going to last. We deserve better. Our community needs to attract businesses that offer higher paying, stable jobs that can build a better, stronger future for all of us. Instead, we're being asked to settle for jobs that will only hold us back. The road infrastructure in our area isn't designed for this increased traffic these warehouses will bring in. The congestion, the noise, the pollution, it will all make our community less livable, not more. This council has an opportunity to make a thoughtful choice, the one that puts the needs of their residents first. Please reconsider this plan and focus on bringing the right kind of development to Hemet and the one that builds a better future for all of us. Thank you for your time.
Nancy Austin. And we'll give you a few brief moments, Nancy. You're live with the City Council.
Good evening, Council. Thank you for having me. I actually yielded my 3 minutes to Cheryl Rosenreger earlier this evening.
Serving this precious land for food security. The AQMD also addressed concerns with pollution in regards to cumulative impacts. In respects to the community benefits package, respectfully.
That concludes the Zoom comments. And Mayor, if I may, I do need to just make a couple notes for the record. And that concludes the rest of the Zoom comments, just be aware. But the comments that I wanted to make for the record is we did receive e-comments, and I'll read those names into the record in opposition of this project. Some of those individuals did speak tonight, just to clarify. And I'll start with Valerie Serrano, David Yang, Robert Witchell, Marvin Norman, Vanessa Marnoff, Sandra Males Madrid, T.R. Johns, Hillary Ross, Felicity Penner, Jean Farnza, Thomas Schneider, Sharon Schneider, Howard Hibbler, James Austin, Karen Stepp, Jeremy Serrano, Janet Boyce, Harriet Bruner. And then there was a comment that withdrew their original statements in opposition, and that was under the Advocates for the Environment, a nonprofit law firm. That concludes the e-comments portion to be registered into the record, Mayor, and that concludes our public comments.
I apologize. Jim Kozak turned in a slip and deferred his time to me, and I don't know if that's acceptable to hear.
Do you represent the applicant? Because we're going to have rebuttal from the applicant here shortly.
I was a speaker.
Okay. The rules don't permit assigning of time after a speaker has already spoken. So we can't assign you that time, sir. Thank you.
Mayor and Council, thank you again for the time. Jeremy Crowd again. I'm going to just speak briefly, and then I will turn over to Ty Newland. Just a couple of things. One is just we heard a number of environmental comments that were submitted. The new ones that were submitted have been addressed in the EIR. We went through each of the comment letters, including the CCAJ, which is one of the speakers who went online, and we addressed that comment letter, or we noted the comment letter was addressed in the EIR, so no new issues were raised. So I want to make sure that was clear on the CEQA side. We went through all the comments that we received and went through the EIR and compared and addressed there was geology or geotechnical issues, there's traffic, air quality, all of those were addressed in the EIR, and the findings wouldn't change as a result of the comments. I will say that there were comments about crashes on Simpson and Warren. There were 5 crashes in the last 10 years at Simpson and Warren. We did analyze that as part of the traffic study to determine if the impact would be greater as a part of the project. The improvements, I think what we heard tonight were just concerns about traffic. Projects like these and the funding that's coming from TUMF and funded by the TUMF payments by the project, in addition to the actual improvements completed by the project, are what address the concerns a lot of people are bringing up relative to traffic. It is improving the viability and the capacity of the road to accommodate project traffic that is proposed. I will just mention on the general plan and zoning, I mentioned earlier that general plan does allow for warehousing in the current designation. We're clarifying it as a result in a technical amendment to it. Zoning business park does allow warehousing, so those are permitted uses. I'll note that importantly, as part of the EIR and the analysis that was done, the general plan does identify important factors related to jobs. You heard about that a lot tonight. The general plan does recognize about providing better balance of jobs and housing to build a stronger, healthier city economy. We're hearing a lot about traffic leaving the city and the traffic that builds up. A lot of that is because jobs are outside of the city. This brings jobs into balance with more into balance with the housing that's in the city. And again, another part of the general plan talks about land uses that provide for jobs, which in turn would reduce vehicle miles traveled, as residents will not have to leave the valley for employment and result in overall reduction in traffic generation and greenhouse gas emissions. So again, that's what this project does, is in fulfillment of the general plan goals, provide that opportunity. I'll turn over to Ty.
Thank you, Jeremy. Just wanted to, set the record straight on a couple of things. So Rialto Distribution has signed a 10-year lease if this building was approved. So there would be security that there would be a tenant in the building for the next 10 years. And as you heard, they're a very strong, well-regarded company that's growing quickly with multiple operations across the country. We also have agreements in place to use union labor. We always try to use union labor. In fact, we won't engage a general contractor unless we know they have the agreements with the trades. We think they do fantastic work. I know that the Kirby project was referenced. If anyone goes over there and takes a look at the craftsmanship, you'll see it's very impressive, and that goes to credit to the work that the unions and the trades do out there. I know that some people talked about investments. Some of our investors into our projects are the pension funds from federal, state, teachers, and labor unions. So, there is a life cycle in how all this stuff works, and I wanted to point that out. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I will now close the public hearing, and we are going to take 5-minute recess.
Oh, good.
That's the best idea I heard. Oh my gosh, this is hard.
We are ready to resume. I will now bring the discussion back for City Council deliberations. Council, do you have any comments or questions?
You want to start with me, or do you want to start with Carol?
Go ahead.
Okay.
What? You can go, Linda.
Thanks a lot. Okay. Well, I have almost as many comments as everybody that was here, so be prepared to stay for the next 3 hours.
I thought you loved me.
I do love you. I have to be in Riverside at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, so here we are. First of all, I just want to thank everybody for your time and most of your good manners, and thank the developer for coming up with some things that I had wanted to ask for in after I read the staff report and everything. And I think solar on a building is good, increased landscaping, the EV chargers. This is all absolutely good. And I appreciate that you have put that in there. So now I'll come to the however. And the however is a long story. I was a citizen on the General Plan Advisory Committee back in 2008, 2009, and 2010 before I got elected to City Council. And then I was on council when we annexed the 1,000 acres on the west side. When we did the general plan, we had that annexation in mind. What we did not have in mind was warehouses, because they were nowhere on our horizon, and we didn't think they ever would be. However, they are a fact of life. They do bring jobs, they do bring business, they do bring dollars into the city, and those things are very, very important. As everyone knows, we have several warehouses that are in the process of being built, 3 smaller ones, or 2 smaller ones, and 1 very large one. And then this project down on Simpson and Warren. I drove out there today, both on the Domnegoni Parkway and then back into town on Simpson, and tried to imagine what it would look like. And it's difficult to imagine. I've lived here for almost 50 years and have seen this valley go from a population of 37,000 in the city to 91,000. And I will say I've seen more change than probably anybody in this room, except a couple people. I think Diane's been here longer. You know, but I appreciate your point of view. And people saying we have really clean air, it's only because it's been cleaned up the last 10, 15 years. Because when I moved here, you couldn't see the mountains in the wintertime. You couldn't see the mountains in the summertime. We had the worst air quality in Southern California next to LA. So there were a lot of improvements through technology, through car emissions, through truck emissions, through all of this stuff. And I am a board member of the MSRC, which deals with South Coast air quality with mobile truck emissions. So I have all the data on what it does. That's one of my jobs. But when we did this general plan, we looked at the west side of town as a blank slate that we could create and develop the way we wanted it developed. And we wanted a community that's been talked about tonight. A community of homes, young and old, a community of business park, of retail, of shopping, of walking trails, of parks, and industrial. We all talked about light industrial, clean industrial, because nobody could envision having a smokestack coming out of a building out here, and which we still don't want. However, as I said, warehouses were nowhere in our concept when we developed that plan. And contrary to what the one gentleman said, when we annexed it in, it was zoned agricultural. No, it was not. It was agricultural. It still is agricultural. However, there were specific plans in place when we annexed that property in. And most of the developers wanted to be in the city before they developed. So going on to that, back in, when was it, October? When we did the moratorium, we did it for a reason. And that reason was we have to face reality, take a look at our general plan from the 30,000 foot level and decide what we want to be when we grow up on the west side. We have housing coming in, yes. And now we have a warehouse. Well, what do? I can tell you we never envisioned a warehouse in that location. I still cannot envision a warehouse in that location. So I'll just get down to it and say my opinion that I'm not prepared to certify the EIR tonight, but I'm also not ready or prepared to deny the project. I am ready to say, send it back to planning, work with the developer. If the developer can change that development to downsize the development, to bring it with bigger setbacks, lower the size of those buildings because they're atrocious, and remove a truck parking lot from view of the Dominigoni. There are aesthetics that we want in this city. We don't want the terrible projects. We want good projects. I've been looking at the one that Menifee has just come up with and the one that Paris has just come up with. They're awesome, and they're big projects, big areas, but the cities have outlined exactly what they want, and that's where we need to work on our general plan. So while, as I said, while I'm not prepared to deny your project, you've got to work on it. You've got to work with us. It's too big. It's really too big for that location. There are more houses coming. We need to develop that, but the EIR, I can't certify that.
Carol, would you like to comment?
I would say I appreciate everyone coming out and speaking again. As a planner, I love when people get involved. It's the system working. I would concur with Councilmember Krupa. I do have concerns with the project, primarily with the overrides. so I think that there is a right place and appropriate locations for warehousing. I'm extremely concerned about the air quality and traffic, and we had, I mean, 60 speakers. That says a lot. I think that the public is speaking, and I don't take that lightly. I mean, people have taken time out of their evening. It's late, so I don't, at this point I can't recommend certifying the EIR. I don't know if I will get to that point. If the project gets remanded back to Planning Commission, I still think that we're still going to have overrides regarding noise and air quality and greenhouse gas and traffic. And so I'm struggling with this, and I'm struggling that I watched the Planning Commission where the project went forward, and I find it troublesome that all these changes were made after that recommendation of denial. I do agree that Hemet deserves better, and I don't know what more the applicant can do, but I would agree that I'm not in a position to recommend certifying the EIR.
Thank you, Carol. Councilmember Lodge?
Well, I'm not going to sit here and echo what my fellow council members have said. I am concerned about the EIR. That's a large footprint you're putting in that corner, and I can't see it coming into town and just seeing a warehouse. You mentioned you had a 10-year lease. Leases have been broken all the time. If you can come back with a better plan, one that's more suitable to, I just can't see putting my friends and neighbors and residents in an area where we've got all these trucks. I can't see it. The roads won't handle it. We all know that. You get 3 trucks on that road, and I've seen it 20-minute drive. It's impossible. Unless you widen those roads and go more than 1,000 feet or 1,000 yards, it's not happening. I can't see this whole, we can't support it. It's just not going to happen. I hope you come up with a better plan, one that's acceptable for everybody. Thank you.
I guess I'm up. Well, I came in here with a strong no, that I was going to vote no. After hearing my union brothers talk, I was union when I was young. Not everyone goes to college. A lot of us have to work. What I did when I got older, I made sure all my kids went to college and get a degree so they wouldn't have to work as hard as I did. But my question to you is, did you have union working on your Kirby project? These union members? Yeah. That I like, and a lot of people came up here just talking, about things they didn't even know about. The one, probably not having the union working out there, but I kind of had a feeling that Kirby did have union workers, so that was good. Your flagship only being 1,000 feet or whatever, the size of it being only 1,000 feet, and it was actually 1 million. So, just a lot of you spoke well. Let me tell you, I was surprised. I get up and talk, and I get nervous, and a lot of you really amaze me. You guys have a lot, potential, and I know you work hard. But again, on the EIR, I don't think I can certify that either. And the size of the warehouse is just too big. It's just, for coming in off of Damagoni right into Hammett and seeing the big warehouse, I know people have to work. I want people to work. I believe in businesses coming in. I want business to come in, but this is just a monstrosity that nobody wants. It's just too big, and I'm old. I live in the same senior HOAs that some of these citizens live in, and I don't really care, about warehouses being here, but I have to hear from my peers here that live I live with. So until we can get something else drawn up or something that's going to work for everyone, then I'd have to agree that we'd have to go back to the drawing board on that and try to figure something out. Thank you.
I'm still writing. Trying to get all my thoughts down. Okay. So I find it contradictory that you say it's going to be a beautiful building, but yet you're saying we're going to plant trees to hide it. Okay? So which is it? Is it a beautiful building that everybody's going to love, or is it trees as we come into the city and see this, as they say, monstrosity? So I think that's very contradictory. The comments that we got from the public in the past months, and we have gotten a ton of emails and some actually personal letters written by people, and they're suggesting, and it was said tonight, what about a medical facility there? What about a school there? So I like the laborers. We need all kinds of people, and I would love for you to work in our city. There's nothing I would like more than to see you guys have a better quality of life and be here. But maybe it could be a different purpose. If it's scaled down and we like it better, so be it. If you make the improvements that we want. We have Kirby now. That's a big facility. So people were worried about the roads and all that and the traffic for that one. And now you want to put another one on top of it. So I'm thinking, let's just see what the effect of the first big warehouse is in our city before we start approving another big one. The roads are a big concern, and I got the latest figures on this. So you're saying you're going to put infrastructure in for us. That's great in the beginning, but then we're going to be responsible for it afterwards. There's 4 different classifications of street repair. The cheapest is a slurry seal maintenance, and it costs about $270,000 per mile. That's the cheapest. And you're saying we're going to get $225,000 extra in our general fund each year? That's not even going to cover 1 mile of our infrastructure. If you need a full reconstruction, it's $1.3 million per mile. So we know what the trucks have done to Highway 215. It's horrible. We all try to avoid that as much as we can. And it's been said many times, our roads are not in good condition now. We want the jobs, yes. We want the tax revenue, yes. But at what cost? It was said before in the Planning Commission too, and we want the good air quality, we want good quality of life for everybody. So we do sit in a bowl. And I can tell you, when I was over in San Bernardino County, when the LA fires were going on, I could see it all coming this way from 210. And then I left a day later, and it was clear when I was leaving that area. And I came down Lambs Canyon, and guess what? We didn't even have the fires over here. And we were in a smog that day, and the rest was clear. So there is something to the pollution here. We do have to have that concern about it. So I don't want to approve the EIR. And when it says a statement of overriding considerations, I'm like, what can we say? I mean, the EIR says a lot of harmful things. So what is our justification to say, oh, we'll just look the other way and, you know, we'll approve the EIR? You know, no. There's definitely some concerns there. So that's my take on it. So any other comments?
Yes, I'd like to make one more comment, because I drive by, well, to avoid the freeway, to go to Riverside, I take Paris Boulevard, Ramona Expressway, Paris Boulevard, and then Meridian Parkway. Each one of them is full of warehouses. What makes them acceptable to me, my opinion, is the setback from the road and the landscaping along the road. Because when you see the trees and you see the landscaping and the buildings are back far enough so they're not necessarily in your periphery, and of course you should be, well, not looking at the scenery, you should be watching the road. But it makes a big difference, and the size of the warehouse makes a big difference. So, and I don't know, do you think you can bring it down, change the plans? I don't know. Well, is that an option? I mean, is it an option for us to send it back to planning?
Listen, I have a tenant, right, who, you know, has identified this location. We've been working on this project since January of 2022. We've taken guidance from city staff in terms of how we came up with this plan. So this is definitely throwing us for a curveball. I appreciate your comments, and you're saying as a city we need to go back and take a look and evaluate our general plan. Very challenging for a developer, any developer coming to, you know, invest in any community, if you guys aren't clear from the beginning on what you are looking to, you know, how you're looking to build out your city. Yes, can we modify some stuff, but I'm not getting very good guidance from you guys at the moment. I mean, are you talking 50,000 square feet buildings? Because if that's the case, that's just a non-starter. That would never work for a tenant of this nature and most tenants who take warehouse space. So if I could get a little bit more direction and guidance, and hopefully there's some appreciation in the fact that we've been working on this since January of 2022.
How about half the size?
I don't think that works for the tenant.
No.
Okay, my question is, when you first started building this, you didn't have a tenant. It was a
No, it was, we always had a tenant. That's
you always
that's our
had
business
Rialto
plan.
in there?
Correct.
We're not talking about Kirby, we're talking about Newland on Simpson.
Correct.
You always had them? We just
Correct.
heard recently, you just
No,
got
no,
you
we've
just got the
always had
tenant
them
last
from the
week.
very beginning. And
Really?
they've been putting a lot of pressure on us to move this along because they need it, you know, as they expand their business and grow. And, you know, the labor, you know, closer, you know, to the Inland Empire in the west is non-existent. And so they wanted to shift out here to take advantage of the fact that there's people who want to work in the warehouse, and they thought this would be a good location, a good community to build out their business.
Wait a second here.
I mean, I could do some things. I like that parking lot. I can get rid of that if that's an issue.
Yeah,
That's a
having
start,
trucks
yeah.
parked right
That
there.
that I can do.
That's an issue.
Yeah,
All
that's
right.
The
serious.
size of, just the
That
potential.
I can acquiesce on.
The
and
potential
remove.
for 144 trucks a day, that's not acceptable on our streets and roads. It's just not what we want. And that's an entryway to our city. And I love the one remark that we had, welcome to Hemet. There's a
Well,
warehouse.
Yeah.
Can I ask, you know,
It's
I appreciate the
how it
feedback,
looks.
but so you do recognize that we have been working on this since
I do,
January
and I
2020. Do
appreciate
you understand that, like, that's not the guidance we got, you know, for the last 3 years?
You didn't have a 1 million square foot warehouse
Yes,
there for
yes,
3
we did.
years.
We did.
Well, we didn't know that.
Yeah, so obviously a breakdown in communication on the city's part, but that's
Apparently
Okay,
so.
and
apparently. But
I have to feel
I
obviously the
being-
economic impact for that.
I being new to the council,
Okay.
I get the excuse that I never heard of $1 million or 1 million square foot until I got on here. or
But
actually
that's-
until I was at the planning commission meeting beforehand. And I opposed it then because of the EIR. But I thought I saw something on here about.
Give us a clue.
I'm clueless, you know that.
Yeah.
No, on an email that I received, and I'm just trying to make sure that I'm talking. I will apologize for everybody and anybody if nothing was clear. But let's give it a roll. Let's bring it back to planning. And we'll get you a clear, concise plan of what we have in mind. If you're willing to do it, I mean.
What's your timeline?
It depends on the planning commission and the.
Just because that's what the tenant's going to ask,
All right,
right?
I understand that.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
I got to give them direction.
You got to give them something.
Yeah, exactly.
I understand
I don't know.
that. But as it sits right now, there's not enough meat on the bone, for us to chew on.
In what sense?
The truck park.
Okay.
And the roads in the EIR. I mean, all this.
If we could address that extra, I guess, parking area for the trucks, if we eliminated that, and there was bigger investment in the roads.
No, I don't. We're still avoiding the EIR, and I don't want to avoid
What's
it.
hanging you up on the EIR? Just
The
so I know.
pollution right there, the trucks, the noise, the pollution, the roads. I will start right there.
But
and the whole
correct me,
encompass thing.
It complies with CEQA.
No, it doesn't.
No, it doesn't.
But you're asking for overrides.
You're asking
Yeah.
for overrides.
Yeah, and
We're
it's
not going to do overrides.
Yeah, we're not. It's not going to happen.
Well, while you guys consult, I'm going to remind the audience to please let the speakers speak and stop the jeering. Go ahead, sir.
Just to clarify, there are two significant and unavoidable
Three.
impacts. One is greenhouse gas. Greenhouse gas, really the only way to avoid that is typically in this type of use. Okay. So what I was saying is that for greenhouse gas, one of the significant and unavoidable impacts, in order to avoid that, it's a very, very low threshold. So a couple hundred homes could trigger that significant unavoidable impact, just to be clear on what type of impact this is. So we've worked in many areas, and homes trigger the significant unavoidable impact as well at very low threshold. For warehousing, this type of use, it's down in the typically 300 to 400,000 square foot building could trigger that impact. So it would have to go from the two buildings that are proposed of 838 and 309 square feet, 1,000 square feet. Those two buildings, which combined, again, there's two buildings. I heard some people say one building, it's two buildings. You'd have to remove the entire 838,000 square foot building in order to avoid the significant unavoidable impact at the GHG level. So that's one significant unavoidable impact. So that's the only way is to remove the 838,000 square foot building. The second impact on on noise, I think I mentioned on Warren Road. Right now, the current noise levels, which are because of existing residents, existing businesses in the area, it is at an elevated level now. And so a normal project like this, which has less than 3 decibels increase as a result of the project, again, something that is imperceptible. We can barely perceive 3 decibels. We're well under that. And despite that, because of the existing noise levels on Warren, that triggers an impact. So very little to none, no project could avoid that impact. Any housing project would likely trigger that because they're increasing traffic on this road, on this stretch. Any type of commerce or business that would include traffic, there would be likely an increase of above. It's about 2 decibels, which is, again, barely perceptible, but it's because of the levels that are out there today are challenging.
So you said you could remove the parking lot. Where would the cars go then? Like,
It's not for auto.
It's the trucks.
It's the truck parking on
So on the east side.
Correct.
so would you move it to I mean,
It's auxiliary parking. It's not, we would still be within code. We don't need it.
you don't need it.
No. I mean, if that's what your request is, like, you know, it does hinder the tenant's use of the property, but if that was the last piece to getting this approved, I know that they would give it up to get the building done because they, you know, want to be operating their business out of this facility.
And there are actually 4 things on the EIR, not just 2.
I can address those other, sorry, I can address the other 2, Jeremy Crowd again. I mentioned those only because those are operational things that people perceive more. So the other 2, one is VMT, vehicle miles traveled. That is a function of the location of the site and the trips that are currently in that area. I have a much smarter traffic engineer than I am here to get into the details if you'd like, but really any type of business use would trigger it, and it's possible residential would trigger a VMT impact in this location as well. It's largely, again, the VMT, vehicle miles traveled, is a function of miles traveled in a particular area related to the uses and the demands and demographics of population and jobs. So really many uses, and if not all uses, could trigger that VMT impact no matter what. So that'd be one that's almost impossible to remove. The second one, or the fourth one, I guess I should say, is ag. So that is known that agricultural use is there today. There's the general plan EIR addresses that as well, but nevertheless we took the conservative route in identifying it as a significant unavoidable impact. Any change in this site from ag to something else, non-ag, would trigger the impact if using the same methodology that was taken in the EIR. So it's about disclosure of the impact, and that was identified. So again, that issue could not be resolved with any use that would build on this property.
Does your traffic engineer have a percentage on how many trucks would be going north on Warren Road? Out of how many trucks?
Yeah,
a day?
so 40 of the project total that is being generated, 45% of the project total goes north on Warren Road. That is from a standpoint of percentage of traffic on Warren Road. We can also address that, but I can also bring up the traffic engineer to make sure that we're staying kosher with the response. And I believe that's, oh, thank you. That is the exact. So on Warren Road, and this is not just, is this just traffic? Just truck. Sorry. Yeah, so 6% increase in truck traffic on Warren Road. So that's the result of trucks alone, just on Warren. So of the trucks on Warren today, there'd be a 6% increase as a result of the project. And that's just on Warren we're talking about. But I mentioned, just to be clear, 45% of traffic total from the project, so that's passenger vehicles and trucks, would use Warren as the primary route or as the route. And then it's also split for the remaining traffic, again, of passenger vehicles and trucks, going on Dominigoni and Simpson.
Did you do a study on how many of those passenger vehicles from your warehouse would be going down Mustang? And yeah, because that's right where it's at, folks.
No.
And I'm
none.
okay.
No,
I didn't say trucks, passenger.
Yeah, we did not assume any. I think
Well,
one thing just to be...
You're going to have to if you've got all these employees.
Well, I think
you got to
just
assume everything.
Yeah, so I want to address that as well from an impact statement or impact standpoint to the analysis. We took a conservative route and didn't assume all the people that would work at the building would come from the area. We wanted to make sure we had larger impacts and analyzed to ensure we don't have data that is showing more than is assumed as far as labor coming from the community. So we have a conservative analysis on that.
So what is the analysis?
Sorry, just to clarify the issue on Mustang, there was a very small percentage of trips on Mustang because of the employment traffic. It was 5 peak hour trips. But I'm sorry, I'm Megan Macias with EPD. I'm the traffic engineer who prepared the study. But as Jeremy noted, the more traffic that we don't divert, that means it's a more conservative analysis on the major arterials, which we did study. But we did assume that there was about 5 peak hour trips going to and from Mustang on the project.
They had a high school right there too.
Yeah, I mean, I know this.
Can I ask a question of legal?
You can always ask a question of legal.
Answer is yes.
Since we all agree we cannot certify the EIR, what happens? Where do we go? Do we uphold the planning commission, or what do we do?
If you are unable to certify the EIR, that ends the project.
It ends
because
the process.
That's a prerequisite for this. If you wanted to, in lieu of voting on that, if you wanted to remand this to the planning commission to see if there are changes to the project consistent with, and I agree with the applicant here. I think if you're going to remand it to the planning commission, you need to give the applicant and the planning commission some guidance as to what exactly you're looking for. I've been listening to the comments, both from the public and from the council, and then looking at the site plan. And one of the things in particular that I listened to was your comment regarding other joint commercial industrial projects that you've seen in other communities. I've heard a lot of comments about this being a gateway to the city and people not wanting to see a warehouse the first thing they go in. And so, perhaps one of the, directions could be, and I understand time is really important here, but it could be that taking, remanding that to the planning commission and looking at, can you program the truck triangle or parking lot as commercial, as an appropriate gateway, which would make sense with the mixed use designation that the council was going for. Similarly, looking at the setbacks for building 2, which is the smaller building, whether that area could be programmed commercial as well, or whether you could have those additional landscaping and setbacks to change that gateway concern that the council was having and have a transition between the industrial uses on the extreme west end through commercial, which is a more traditional transitory zone, into the residential that you see on the eastern side. So there could be some, I think, specific direction that you could provide. I think I've gone a little afield from your question, though. If your question is that the council doesn't feel that it can make the findings of fact in support of the statement of overriding considerations, then it cannot certify the EIR, and that would terminate the application.
Okay. Carol, do you have any more comments?
No, I think all the comments have been brought up by everyone tonight, so I do not.
Thank you.
I'm trying to figure out how to do this. I'll just make a motion that to not certify the EIR.
I second that.
I have a motion by Councilmember Krupa, a second by Councilmember Lodge to not certify the EIR. We're going to do a roll call. Councilmember Krupa.
Yes.
Councilmember Lodge.
Yes.
Councilmember Males.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Kendrick.
Yes.
Mayor Peterson.
Yes.
That motion passes 5-0.
Council. Councilman.
We're going to continue.
We're gonna let everyone walk out. The recommendation on denial has a resolution coming back that states the findings in denying the EIR and the project. So we will bring that back on consent on your next agenda. Okay? Then you'll have a clear record.
We will now move to the receive and file reports. Council, do you have any questions or comments on the warrant register's quarterly grant report or the strategic plan quarter 3 update report?
I have no questions.
I have no questions.
Well, I did on one of the spending items, but I'm going to hold it because it's late. So I talked to the city manager already.
I have no questions.
Members of the public, we
We're
still
still in
have a city
session,
council meeting going
so-
on.
Out.
You can stay
Or you can go.
or you can go.
Okay, with that, we will receive and file the 3 items. We will now move to the consent calendar. All consent calendar items will be acted upon simultaneously unless requested by an individual council member for separate consideration. Are there any members of the council that would like to pull any consent items for separate consideration?
I did, but I'm not going to.
No, go ahead.
No, I don't want to.
No, go ahead.
I'll table or put it away.
No, if you have a question.
No, no. I talked to the city manager already. So.
That one was okay.
That was good.
I'll make a motion. Yeah, if nobody has anything, I'll make a motion to approve the consent calendar.
I'll second.
Thank you, Joe.
I have a motion by Councilmember Krupa, second by Councilmember Males. Going to do a roll call. Councilmember Krupa.
Yes.
Councilmember Lodge.
Yes.
Councilmember Males.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Kendrick.
Yes.
Mayor Peterson.
Yes.
That motion passes 5-0 to approve the consent calendar.
Okay. We have decided that we will continue item 17A to the next council meeting.
Sounds good to me.
And are there any reports that need to be said tonight that are pertinent and important?
Yes.
Of course. Go ahead.
I went to the RCA meeting for Carol, for our Mayor Pro Tem Carol Kendrick. And the species of the month was the checkered butterfly, which is very, very rare and very endangered, but there's a whole bunch of them that live in Batista Canyon. So we got an update on the Fairview fire and the rebuilding and rejuvenation of Batista Canyon and the number of larvae that they have found from the checkered butterfly. And it was very, very informative. And thank you, Carol, for allowing me to go to that meeting for you.
Thank you for going for me. And I'm bummed they were focusing on our area and I missed it. So
Yes, yeah, it was really good. And I asked them if we had checkered butterflies up at Simpson Park in the butterfly park, and they said probably. So now they're going to go check that out. I hope they don't make it endangered.
Councilmember Lodge?
I'm good for the moment.
Thank you. Councilmember Males?
I concur. I'm good for the moment.
Okay, I'd just like to say one thing. We have Hemet Beautiful coming up, and That's on April 26th, and we are still looking for volunteers to help that day. It's a community day of service, and we would love to see everybody out there. We're still looking for some sponsors, and we're going to put out an announcement on just little items for our swag bag. So if you have a business, a nonprofit, and you'd like to contribute to our swag bag, please notify us. And I also want to say, in cleaning up the city, this goes along with it. In driving around the city, I have seen so many more Adopt a Street signs, and I am thrilled with that. So I think, I'm hoping that our, excuse me, that our city is being more aware of the environment, and I'd really like to clean up the city. So thank you to everybody that's making that effort out there. And I will turn it over to the city manager.
No report tonight, thank you.
Okay, I'll go back on one more thing. So Ramona Bowl is coming up. So the last weekend in March, it's 2 days, Saturday, Sunday, April. The last weekend in April, and the first 2 weekends in May. Come out and see the Ramona play. It's a great part of our history and our heritage, and we'd love to see you out there. So there being no further business, we are adjourned until 2 weeks from today.
April 22nd.
Don't feel bad, you did the right thing.